On Radio Badminton, I have Daisy Barkley and also Matt Ryan to assess. We've got a fabulous view. The weather is cleared up. I was wet at the trot up, so was Matt, but we've dried out for the perfect summer day. Daisy Barkley had the sense not to come down and join us in the pouring rain, but we're set fair for what should be a historic day. We're all trying to find, is there any way Michael Jung's not going to win this? And every statistic says that he's definitely going to win today. But for other riders, this is still a very important day's work. And for all riders, it means something to finally get through to this final day. As the first rider comes into the arena, that is, and you can hear the applause, is for Kerry Varley on Bluestone Luke, starting with a score of 157 today. But this is still important because it means so much to all these riders to get through to the final stage.
It is really important for them. You know, to complete Badminton is a massive achievement. It was a huge track out there. And I know Kerry was one person who was absolutely over the moon to jump the Vicarage V. She had a couple of little silly run-outs, but she jumped the Vicarage V, and it was so exciting for her.
She had to work really hard, actually, because we at one stage didn't think she was going to get round, because, you know, those little hiccups, you say, were pretty good run-offs, and only a little horse, and weren't really sure whether she would get round. But she did. She worked really hard.
Well, she's jumping the first of the 13 fences that are presented. It's right in a very different position. It's near our commentary position, which is in one of the corners of the arena. To the other side of the arena, where we have she's had the second fence down, and so
that distance down there walks an 8, and she unfortunately,
that's the third fence she's just had.
Put in an extra stride.
Put in an extra stride, and knew she was too close, and she had it out with the front end.
It wasn't a delicate, unlucky little tap. It was a good old wallop.
It was what you might call in the game a chesting.
Yeah. Anyway, she's up to fence. Which fence is that? She's done
she's
2,
coming round
3,
to fence
4, 5,
7.
6. This is the first of the combination, 7A and B.
And there's a bit of a dip in the middle of this double, which could just draw you in, and then you're jumping the next fence, 8, straight towards all the spectators and the marquee. So that could be distracting, especially when it's full this afternoon.
And she's clear through there.
Tent.
Oh, that would be quite jolly then.
And coming back across the arena in a diagonal, so to speak, fence number 9. I'll walk this as 7 strides to fence the treble, 10A and B, C.
Yes, I mean, I think you can play with that there slightly because, you know, it's a long old way, and as I said yesterday, eventers do struggle to count beyond about 3.
So she's clear through there, and she turned almost 90 degree to fence 11. She gave a bit of a rattle, but it stayed in place.
And there's a dog leg round between 12 and 13. 13 is the last fence and has a water tray under it. And she jumped that well.
She did jump it clear, but I wouldn't mind betting we might see fence 13 come down a few times. It's a biggish parallel. It's a water tray underneath it, and it's just turning away from where they go in and out of the gate, coming in and out of the main arena.
And after recovering after having fence 3 down, that was a pretty assured round of jumping.
It was, and we're having a look at the time. We'll watch the first few go to find out how the time is going to ride, because that could be influential later on when the scores are all so close, but she was inside the time.
89 seconds.
Yeah, and she got around in 87.45 or something, so
yeah.
Wherever you're watching or listening to us, because we're being streamed as well with the first part of the show jumping here, and we're also on the web as well at Radio Badminton, streamed as well if you're watching as well. A very good morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. We've had people listening, watching from all over the world. Shanghai was one of the interesting ones, Abu Dhabi, you name it, as Danny Evans and Smart Time have just jumped the first fence. They make the left-hand turn towards the second. It was a difficult learning day for Danny Evans yesterday cross-country, and like Kerry Varley, she's had fence 3 down, hitting the first roll on the...
Well, Kerry Varley did 9 strides down there, and Danny actually did 7. There was a 2-stride difference.
There was, and I mean, you could say, if you're going to be critical, that maybe Danny was a bit floaty down to that parallel, but she only just gave it a rub, and
It didn't get there on a long spot, really. It was a bit of a shame that the horse rubbed that, I thought.
Yeah. Daisy, floaty, what does that mean?
Just maybe a bit open and slightly flat, but I think I'm being a bit harsh, because I mean, she gave the horse a good ride down there, and the horse should have cleared it.
Yeah, it's not as though she made it difficult for the horse.
Absolutely not.
She's up to fence 8, coming round to fence 9 now. So she's had that 1 rail down, which is 4 faults. And coming now, she's cleared 9 and into the treble, 10A, B and C, wiped out 10A, then also had 10B down, but she did get over 10C.
She really went to plan, you know, she had to get out of that treble because things were starting to unravel very quickly, and she used her legs and she gave it a kick and out she came. So, well, what good save, Danny, when it all went wrong.
Over fences 11 and 12, coming to the last fence, which is an oxer over a water tray. Nice big jump over that.
Poor Dan, she'll be disappointed with that because she's not had the best badminton for her. But, you know, she'll regroup and she'll be back next year and she'll come out fighting.
Well, 153.4 her final score, and inside the time.
So she had technically 3 faults down that second fence, or the third fence rather, and then she had 2 rails down in the treble. So it gave her a total of 12 jumping penalties.
Well,
that treble there, it's an oxer in, and we've sometimes got to be a little bit brave to come into these oxers. If you don't come in, you know, brave-ish, then the first of the distances, and it's only 1 stride, could ride a little bit long. You land a little bit short if you're a little bit steady into a treble, which is where part A is an oxer. It is an ordinary upright in the middle, then it's another 1 stride to an oxer out of that treble.
Louise Harwood next in, about to start her round, approaching fence 1 on Mr. Potts. 126.1 is her score. Tough old day it was for her, but she grounded out and getting Mr. Potts home. Had a difficult cross country, and she's coming to fence 3, and she hits the...
But she cleared it,
upright,
which is more than the first.
Stayed in.
So she did 7 strides, but she was quite a way off that ox at number 3. But the horse did get up into the air. Fence 4, she just gave a rattle, and I think when I walked the course, that was possibly the biggest fence on the course. It's quite tall, that oxer at fence 4. She's over fence 5 now as well, and which was a straight line on from fence 4, but after fence 5 she did a right-hand turn to fence 6 in the middle. Now a left-hand turn to the double 7A and B. Over A, 2 strides to part B, which is an oxer, and then that's 6 strides down to a 8 on a dead straight line. Now going past the members stand on the far side of the arena, turning back, go across the arena at a bit of a diagonal into fence 9, which is an upright. She's had that down, the horse has dragged its back legs. Then I walk, this is a 7 stride line, a straight line to the treble. And she's clear all 3 elements in the treble.
So well done. Coming now to final 3 fences, and down right in front of us she approaches 12, coming round and coming towards it now.
Fence 12 is the Rolex Grand Slam of vending as Burley Badminton in Kentucky, and she has that down.
That was a shame because that fence normally jumps well, but 2 down for Louise Harwood.
Just in the end, yesterday was a difficult day. She was out hold. We had all that drama towards the end, particularly when Jeanette Breakwell had the fall. The news is that we're hearing she was in hospital overnight, but I believe for precautionary purposes, so that's good news.
I mean, looking at the 3 riders that have gone so far, and 2 out of the 3 have had fence 3 down. I walked the course this morning with Ros Morgan, who was obviously greatly influential in the Horton Point when he won here with Mark Todd. She's a show jumping trainer, and she said this fence could be trouble because it has a slightly downhill approach, and the fence is encouraging to draw you into it. And this is one fence you want to be slightly off because it has a downhill approach. So I think we might see that fence coming down a few more times. It was one that stood out.
Okay, well, next rider in the arena from Denmark, Hanna Vind Ramsgaard on Verstavang's Arami. 116.1 in 43rd. Great achievement to get through to this stage. Horse looked brilliant at the trot up, really enthusiastic at the trot up this morning, and it's been a wonderful experience for Hanna. She's just delighted to be here in her first badminton, really reveling in the occasion, and she's done herself proud to be at this stage. And she's gone to fence 3, and she's absolutely ballooned it.
Is this the rider who was a boxer?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, it is.
Oh, fantastic.
She had a good round cross-country yesterday.
She's built like a pocket battleship too.
Yes, powerful.
She picked up 20 penalties, one refusal, which was at the Vicarage V, very influential yesterday. She's just gone and had fence 5 down, so she's picked up 4 faults so far in the show jump ring. She's now over fence 6 and making that 90-degree, or more than a 90-degree turn back to 7A and B, and cleared both of those. It's a 2-stride combination. And then straight on to fence 8, which is another oxer.
I saw this horse at the trot up because actually I may not have been with the rest of you, but I was actually hiding it out of the rain under the arch, and I saw this horse come past, and I thought he looked particularly well after the trot up.
Well,
I've got a question for you coming from Mary Hollis Baird for the two. How much does this undulating terrain in the arena affect the horses?
There's little, there's every little influence when it comes down to this phase. And when you walk the course, you have to take things, you have to notice things like 2 to 3. There is a downhill approach; it can draw you in. There's an undulation in between fence 7 in the double. 12's
down for Hannah, but job well done. 132.1 is her finishing score. She's had 4 fences down, but all the same, what an effort to complete. And I'm sure she'll have a very broad smile on her face, and just gives the horse a well-deserved pat. Fair play to Hannah.
And going back to your question, other things which are very influential are where the fences are positioned. Some of them are jumping into the audience, and that can affect a horse's attention.
And there are 2 splendid trees near the members and champagne tent area. Sure that's where you're having a lunch, Daisy? Very... Oh, yes, you are then. Oh, yes, she went that little sigh. Maybe.
Might have a
glass of something.
A little something.
Well, next rider in is Kirsty Johnson, and on opposition detective, 105.1 her score here.
She rode a good round yesterday.
She picked up her 20 penalties at fence 12, which was the Swindon Designer Outlet Mound, and there were a few.
She's unfortunately had fence 2 down.
No.
Yes, she has. See the
up over fence 4 now, which is the Big Blue Oxer straight line. How many strides was from 4 to 5? Was it 5 or 6? I think
she went 6.
But she's clear over that. She's carrying 4 penalties so far by that rail down at fence 2, which is a Mitsubishi Motors fence. Now she's over fence 6 and coming to the double fence 7. Had A down, but up well over the Oxford Part B.
Now, Matt, I think you can see there they've got that big camera on the swinging gimbal thing. How much do you think that can affect horses? Because if you're on a really sharp one, that could be quite distracting.
Well, maybe just into 7A and B, because it's the closest jump it is to. I don't know. Your horse would have to be not focusing on the jump to notice it, though.
Yeah, so it's up to the rider to keep the horse focused.
So, as a rider myself, I wouldn't be worrying about it, but I guess some horses can get distracted.
But you are a triple Olympic gold medalist.
And I just got distracted by it myself, so...
But she's now completed.
Well done, Kirsty.
Well done, Kirsty. And indeed completing and finishing with a score of 113.1. And that is a couple of fences down, but all the same, she has completed. I've just seen a tweet from Stella Bunn at BHTA Radio. Whoop! That's Harwood Eventing's 5th badminton completion. Well done, team, and considering the winter she's had, that 5th might feel pretty special, given that she bust her pelvis.
She may be knee-high to a grasshopper, but she is as tough as old boots. And I saw her this morning, and, she was proud of Mr. Potts yesterday. She just had a bit of bad luck.
So the fact that it was her 5th, that means she is now, next year, will be presented with an Armada dish. So every time you complete badminton 5 times, you earn an Armada dish.
Have you got an Armada dish?
I have, yes.
Have you got an Armada dish?
I have.
And talk me through what is an Armada dish? Well, how big is it?
It's not very big. It's about this big. It's like a...
It probably used to be an ashtray.
No, this is radio.
Okay, so that's really unhelpful. It's like the size of an ashtray.
Right.
But actually, no, they can come in all sorts of sizes as well. It's the size of...
Right. A side plate.
They probably use
side plate.
Yeah, side plate.
Perfect.
Alice Neighbour-Lozeman is in the arena on Harry Belafonte in orange, and that tells you she's Dutch.
Now, the Dutch are very well known for being very good show jumpers, so let's see what Alice can do.
Well, they are the world champions, with, of course, dominating in WEG, and last year in Aachen, European champions as well.
Jerome double dom.
Oh, Jerome. Oh, he's coolest. He's too cool for school, he is.
They breed them cool in Europe, don't they?
Alice picked up her 20 penalties on the cross country at the Mirage Pond at the first of the duck houses going in. But she is over 7A and B and now 8, and if I haven't missed something, I'm pretty sure she's clear so far.
I think she's clear.
She is clear.
Coming around to fence 9, then it's 7 strides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually squeezes an extra one there, and you were talking, Daisy, that some riders might play with that distance a little bit.
Yeah, you can be fairly flexible there.
And clear through the treble and clear through 11. She's only got 2 more jumps to do. This could actually be our first clear.
What was the optimum time?
The optimum time is 89 seconds.
Oh, she's going to be fine.
Generous time by the looks in, because she's...
And she's over the last fence.
Well done to Alice. She's confirming the Dutch are good show jumpers, and she's done a horse ears prick, fresh as you like. Fair play to Harry Belafonte, who has completed here, and Alice must be chuffed to bits too, and she is. And the first clear round today in the show jumping. A glorious morning at 11:45 here. If you're listening to us wherever in the world, it's 11:45 here. Glorious morning, and coming into the arena, and big round of applause. She's giving it the old fist pump, as well she might.
And the horse is trotting out an extended trot. Well, he looks like he's finished this competition in fine fettle.
He looked great at the trot up as well.
Yeah.
He did this massive, big, medium, or probably even extended trot in the trot up. It didn't look like Alice had total control of him, mind you.
Oh, give him some more dressage by the looks of things. Anyway, he was very happy. But next in, Joseph Murphy, who was last to go in the cross country with this horse, Sportsfield Othello, and did well to get run. The grandstands were absolutely packed at the conclusion of the cross country yesterday, and he was given a wonderful reception as he came in, the last rider to complete. He's on 102.6 is the Irish rider Joseph Murphy, and he's just swinging past us, approaching the first fence, which is up against the grandstand, and he comes into it now, and he's on his way.
He picked up 20 penalties yesterday at the Mirage Pond, but it was at the second of the duck houses coming out of the water. And I heard him being interviewed yesterday, and there were two duck houses. You had an option, and he didn't make it very clear which one for the horse to jump, and the horse basically wiggled and went between them. And so annoyed he was.
Going fence 4. So has the fence 4 been knocked down yet?
Not yet.
And he cut out a stride there between 4 and 5, really accelerated.
It's quite a forward distance, or it's a very holding one down there. We've seen 5 and 6, haven't we?
And now he's over fence 6 and clear, coming to the double, the first of the combinations. Clear A, 2 strides to B, an oxer, clear that. And then it's 6 strides down to fence 8 in a straight line, and he's clear that as well, which is another oxer. 2 little water ponds on either side of that jump, and hopefully the horses don't get distracted on that. Now fence 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was fence 9 I meant, but he put 7 strides in there. A little bit quick maybe. He had the middle part of that treble down. He is motoring.
He's not hanging around, is he?
No time faults for this one.
There is certainly no time faults.
He's probably riding it because he feels he needs to ride it like this.
I want to see him
Over
jump
fence
off,
12, the Grand Slam of eventing Rolex. And then 13, clear over there. So he just had the one rail down in the middle of the treble.
It was a good round, that. You just think sometimes that distance towards the treble is quite an open distance, and I think you might see, if you're playing with it like Alice Neighbour-Losman, just to try and get a little bit more balance coming into that combination.
Well, it's 10 seconds inside the time. 106.6 the final score, so we'll drop down a place, going below Alice Neighbour-Losman, because she went clear. But all the same, a pretty good week's work for Joseph Murphy with Sportsfield Othello. Now, next into the arena, Catherine Robinson, a very British-sounding Canadian, but has done well here. This is her first badminton as well. It's 101.1 she is on.
She was clear cross-country yesterday, jumping-wise, but she did pick up quite a lot of time penalties, 53.2.
Oh. Hello, Jasmine Giddins from Singapore, online and loving it.
International radio
Well,
station.
no, well, I've been to TV as well. We're streaming as well, so we've got people all over the world watching us. I've seen a cat watching the trot up this morning on TV in someone's bed as they were watching the trot up. But how, Catherine, so far so good?
Yeah,
Matt?
so far she's over fence 3. She's approaching possibly the biggest fence on the course, number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pushed out for that 5. I wouldn't mind betting it. We'll see a few more people do 6 in there, but it's certainly a move on 5, as Daisy was saying. But they left it all up and coming across the middle of the arena. Fence 6 and clear, and now she's making a left-hand turn to the first of the combinations.
The turn here almost helps set you up.
Yeah, and unless they got their neck really, really bent, they shouldn't be seeing that camera. It's in the opposite direction.
I'm always looking for scary things.
But she's cleared through the combination 7, A and B, and 8, now coming to 9. She's left that up, and we walk 7 strides down to the 10, A, B and C, the treble. Over A, the oxer. Over B, the upright. Over C, the oxer coming out of the treble. All clear so far.
The horse loving it, ears pricked, having a wonderful round so far.
Fence
more
11,
fences to
she's
go.
cleared in the middle of the arena, and she's got 2 fences left. The Rolex Grand Slam eventing fence, which she's jumping now, gives it a bit of a rub, and it wobbled in its cup, but it's still there. Now the last fence, it gets up in the air.
What a good job.
Clear round number 2 then here on the final day of the Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials, and it's Catherine Robinson who does that. Horse ears pricked, enjoyed the wonderful sunny weather, enjoyed the course, and is clear and is galloping out fresh as you like. What a way to end there. The horse given a huge pat on his neck, and she is delighted. What a way to complete your first badminton with a clear round in the jumping.
It was a great effort, and it was really noticeable in the trot-up just how well these horses looked. You know, none of them looked like they'd lost a pound on the cross-country. Their coats were gleaming, and they were really moving well. It's a testament to the course and the wonderful ground conditions.
And, you know, it's funny, even though arguably what she's in 40th or 5th, 41st position, whatever it may be, when you finish the final phase of show jumping on the clear round, you go away feeling so much better about it. A real good feeling, a good feeling.
And however far you have to travel, that journey is so much sweeter when you finish with a good performance.
She's only got to go up the M5 to Cheltenham, so she's all right, I think.
She's all right.
Because she's not the most Canadian-sounding Canadian.
I don't think she talks very Canadian.
No, but Mum's Canadian. But fair play. Maybe, well, presumably she will have Rio on her mind.
I hope so.
And this performance will have done her a world of good. Now, next in is Paul Sims with Glenn Garner, 100.3. It was hard work yesterday.
Well, he picked up 20 penalties at the Vicarage V, which were possibly one of the most influential fences on the cross-country course yesterday. Oh, he just had that rail down at fence 2. He also picked up 30 time faults on the cross-country. So, yeah, which is the reason why he's sitting in 39th position. Picked up quite a few penalties yesterday.
Paul actually came from a show jumping background, so he should be very comfortable in this arena.
Well, he's going to slip down a couple of places now. He's going to go below Catherine Robinson and Alice Noble-Losman. Having had that fence, he's had another one down. So he's going to go a 3rd spot down behind Joseph Murphy.
So fence 5 has come down, but now he's jumped the Oxer in the middle, fence 6 and clear. Coming around, sweeping around the fence 7A and B, clear through there, and then just rolling down to fence 8, which is... Did you walk it, Daisy? Was it 5 strides down there or 6 strides? 6 strides down to fence 8 on a dead straight line. Then past the members area, turning left back across the diagonal, or across the arena at a bit of a diagonal. Fence 9, then 7 strides down to the treble. Clear 10A, clear 10B, and clear 10C. Slight left-hand turn now. Do quite an airy jumping. Number 11 look quite airy. No real ground line. The bottom rails is up off the ground about 18 inches.
Oh, 12, the Rolex fence is down. Coming to the final fence and pops that nicely, but in the end, I think that was 3 fences down, and he will finish on a score of 112.3. Will drop down 3 places, and that is a provisional 41st for Paul Sims. So a bit of a hard-working last 2 days, but his job is done for Paul Sims. And Fafa Jane has just tweeted us at BHT Radio, loving the coverage. Big tanks from Ireland. That's I think I see what she's done there. Big, she spelt it big tanks. T-A-N.
How it's pronounced.
Yeah, how it's pronounced.
Yes.
Okay, so I see what she's done there.
Yes.
Thank you, Fafa Jane. Keep your tweets coming to @BHT Radio. We are streaming online. We love to know where you are listening and or watching this final day here of the Badminton Horse Trials, because we know this event has huge interest around the world, the biggest 4-star of them all.
And just approaching the first fence, we have Alex Huotian, who is our Chinese rider, and he really became very prominent when he rode at the Hong Kong Beijing Olympics. And he had a bit of a long shot at fence 2. That was a bit unnerving.
Yeah, he sort of almost realised his mistake in going for a long one and made a big effort to steady the horse up, shorten up before fence 3. But still clear over both of them.
Sometimes shock tactics can work quite well.
He's over fence 4.
You event riders always
5.
talk about a shock tactics because it's all fairly scary sometimes out there.
Really motoring to fence 6. It looks a little bit on the quick side, but look, without knowing the horses, you know, we have to appreciate that maybe this is the best way for the horse to be ridden, and certainly all the rails are staying up at this stage.
He's a very tall horse, this, I think, because, I mean, Alex is incredibly tall, and this horse doesn't look particularly small with him. It's a big beast, I do believe.
He's coming around to fence 9. It's meant to be 7 strides to fence 10. I bet he takes one out. Probably won't, but let's count them. Here we go. One,
down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, he actually held up in there a bit, didn't he?
Well, he had fence 9 down the fence before, just flicked the top of it.
And this is this red fence, the third last, jumping into the audience with red seats. So it's all a bit of it could all blend into one if you're not careful.
Going down a couple of spots, having had that fence down.
So just the one coming to the last. And he's clear over fence 13, which is an oxer and a water tray underneath. We are expecting probably a few horses to have a good old look at the water tray under there.
But the time is just an irrelevance, isn't it?
A total irrelevance. Talking about that water tray at fence 13, they have become so commonplace now. We have them in all our events, and that was one of my requests for my birthday. My mother gave me a shiny blue water tray just so I could join all the others in practicing lots.
Oh, rock and roll birthday request. Let's have a water tray.
I got a wheelbarrow last year. You know.
Yes. Is that from your husband, was it, or from your mom?
And actually, I think the previous year I asked for a Hoover, you know.
Oh, rock and roll. The Barclays are dead romantic, aren't they?
And we're wild.
Wild.
Okay, Sarah Ennis, Irish rider on BLM Diamond Deluxe, at the start over fence 1. She picked up 20 penalties yesterday at the Mirage Pond at the second element coming, the duck house coming out. She's over fence 2 as well now. And boy, the horse jumped up really high over fence 3.
Really good with its back end.
So far, so good. This horse is such a trier.
Nice rolling 5 strides between fences 4 and 5, all still up at this stage, and turning across the arena to the oxer at fence 6.
You happy how Jessica's getting on?
You're such a tease.
Yeah. Well, if anyone listening wondered what that pun was about, I called Sarah Ennis Jessica Ennis yesterday, which wasn't an insult at all.
No, it's clearly not an insult.
Were you having a senior moment there, Matt?
Well, I was listening about sort of Jessica Ennis's sort of soundness problems on leading up to some championship that she's meant, or some athletics championship she's meant to be doing as a warm-up for the Rio, and she's having to pull out. So I just had that stuck in my mind.
This horse is jumping a really nice round. I mean, he's by Olympic Lux, who, you know, he's a top show jumping stallion, and you can see it really coming out in this horse. She's over the third last. She's coming round to fence 12.
She's clear so far.
She is clear so far.
Wind, just you can hear it on our effects mics, pings the Rolex fence. Now this final fence to negotiate, and
gets up in the air.
That was a lovely round, well written.
And one time for.
I'm afraid, as I'm saying, the time wasn't going to be influential, but she has picked up a time for, will go to 94.6 as her final score. So frustration and disappointing, but
I think that shouldn't be too influential. Has it changed her placings?
No, well, it depends what happens. No, it's not changed her.
She'll actually probably go up, because arguably the few horses that are coming in now will probably have a rail or two.
She's got to be pleased with that. It was a lovely round. 2
clears, 1 just clear, but just time faults there. And just as a wonderful picture of the Vicarage V of a Gemma Tattersall that Roy Fonseca has tweeted, and it just is the most fabulous photograph of Gemma just jumping it, and it just, you can see why she giggled, basically.
It looks like, the horse looks like he's jumping a pony club fence. It just shows that when it goes well, it's not that scary.
Well, and it
doesn't go well that often.
Well, anyway, we're just watching Olivia Wilmot, one cool dancer in the show jump ring at the moment. She's had fence 3 down. She really powered on a little bit too strong from fence 2. It's meant to be a nice... I'm looking at the photo of Gemma Tattersall. I'm being distracted. Sorry, followers of Olivia Wilmot. So she got in a little bit deep to fence 2 and really knocked that rail out, a bit like Kerry Varley did on the very first horse that came round. She is now up to 7A, clear that. 2 strides to 7B and clear that as well. So she's had the 1 rail down so far. Down over fence 8 and clear. Past the members stand area. Turning back along the length of the arena, coming across the diagonal. Clear fence 9, and there is a ideal 7 strides down there, but we'll probably seeing some riders put in 8, just steadying the horse up for the treble. 10 A, B and C. Olivia's through there clear. Now turning left to the little bit airy fence 11, but no one's had that down yet, so it's riding pretty well. And she's clear there. And the last two fences coming to fence 12, the Rolex Grand Slam. But she's had that down. Gave it a tap with her front feet and then made sure of it by hitting it with the back foot as well.
A lot of people have that.
Then clear over fence 13.
A lot of people have had that down as well. So, but she's going to finish with a score of 100.8. That will see her down the field. We've had Amanda Nielsen tweeting, saying from Denmark, "Tack for the great coverage," cheering on Hannah and Vestavang Zarami. Well, you should. And also, lots of people not doing as much revision as they should. Watching the Sow jump with my 4-year-old daughter on the laptop in Forden, Mid Wales. Someone is watching it in bed in New South Wales, Australia. Go Turperts, go Tappers, Sam and Jock, chocolate and red wine. Stacey Grosvenor's watching in her bed. Sounds like a pretty good Sunday evening, I would have thought, doesn't it? Hello, Stacey.
I was just thinking of that comment that you made, Rupert, about fence 12 coming down a few times. We were worried that actually at the last fence 13, some horses might be looking over towards the entrance into the arena. But maybe that's what they're doing at fence 12, because they are looking straight across to where they've come into the arena. And maybe it's happening at fence 12 rather than at fence 13.
Well, Ben Hobday's the next one. We've got to just play tribute to what he's been through a difficult year. He's probably trying to underplay that now, but he's had a fabulous badminton. Here he is on Mulry's error, 91.8, and he's clear so far through the first three.
He was clear jumping wise on the cross country yesterday, but he did pick up 40 time faults. This is a Clydesdale cross, and when we were looking at him in the trot up, the horse has huge feet and not necessarily the fastest thing out, which is why he got 40 time faults yesterday. But he is clear over fence 6. And so far, and turning into the first of the combination, 7A and B, the double. Over A, it's a 2 strides to part B, over the oxer and clear over there. And he's doing a 6 strides down to fence 8, which is another oxer, heading towards the members' stand. And he's still clear. Now turning to the left, coming to fence 9. We've got a little bit low over fence 9, but he's still clear. I haven't been counting whether he got the 7 strides down to the treble, but he is now through the treble and clear all 3 elements, so still clear, no faults at this stage.
Well, he may have got 40 time faults yesterday, but that has left him with tons of energy today. He's been quite a handful for Ben, but so far so good.
Gave fence 12 a little bit of rattle, but stay there, just 1 jump left to do.
Well, after all they went through last year, a double clear around Badminton for Ben Hobday and Mulry's error. I mean, that is like a fairy tale. He is one of the most popular people in the sport, and so is the horse, and I am just over the moon with that result.
91.8, a fabulous conclusion, and Ben Hobday getting a huge cheer, and he's putting his hand to his ear saying he's loving it. The horse ears pricked, and what a way to end. And probably sometime last year he thought, would he get back to competing? But here he is competing, and he has got plenty of groupies. People love a bit of Ben, so he is exiting the arena to the cheers. And next in will be Giovanni Ugolotti coming in to begin his show jumping round, and that is with Litas. Just more tweets coming in. Tracy T-Mac, loving my first badminton horse trials, listening to fantastic commentary. Thank you, Matt and Daisy, on badminton. Razy Daisy? Yes, been up.
Crazy Daisy.
Indeed. And watching from New Zealand, I don't know, LC124 has tweeted that. But next up, Giovanni, let's worry about what he's doing now. He jumps to first.
Oplitas, I think, is an ex-Andrew Nicholson horse, and that was unfortunate. The second fence has just come down.
He's clear over fence 3. He picked up 20 penalties yesterday at the Shogun Hollow, which was one of the other quite influential fences on the cross-country course. He's clear fence 4, but he's floating 5 strides down to fence 5 and clear there, turning directly across the arena to fence 6, which is another oxer. Clear there with all the flags hanging off that oxer, making his left-hand turn to the combination. Came in at a bit of an angle of 7A, and the horse was veering quite a bit as he went through over B as well.
This horse looks pretty sharp today. You know, he doesn't look like he did much work yesterday.
He's not staying the straightest either, is he?
He's quite wiggly.
And wiggly is a technical term, by the way.
Yeah, it's very technical.
I am a technician.
Yeah. Oh, middle part of the combination down.
He's drifting way over to the left, and Giovanni is trying hard to keep him straight. But when you take up a contact to try and keep a horse straight, sometimes they lose their form over a jump. He scraped over fence 12, hit it, but the back rails made sure it stayed in place and pushed it back down. And over fence 13, clear. So just, what do you pick up? 2 rails down.
Well, let's see him slip down the leaderboard a couple of spots. 98.3 is finishing time, well inside the 89-second optimum time. So those 8 faults for Giovanni Ugolotti.
So that means Sarah Ennis has moved up a few spots.
Well, Leslie Nauf is tweeting, watching at breakfast in upstate New York and cheering for Libby Head and her 18-year-old off-track thoroughbred Sir Rockstar. And Libby Head is coming into the arena. Thank you, Leslie, for listening and watching. And Sam Rushforth is watching the show jumping in her garden, having had an amazing cross-country day. She's got the champagne, the blankets out, and my goodness me, there's not much of that champagne left already, according to the photograph that she's tweeted.
Libby Head into the ring now. She went clear jumping cross-country yesterday, picked up 27.6 time faults. At both the trot-ups on Wednesday and this morning, I think we all said that this is one of the prettiest little horses in the actual competition. Very cute. Quite small, but very cute.
It's small and perfect. It's a small thoroughbred. If it's got the scope, you don't need a big horse as long as it has the scope and ability.
So she is sitting in 33rd position, or 32nd position, I beg your pardon, coming into the show jumping. Clear fence 1. Fence 1 is parallel to the western stand. And then after jumping that, she's got a virtually 180-degree turn back on herself to fence 2, the Mitsubishi jump. Oh. And then she got a little bit flat to fence 3. She probably chased down it's only a small horse, so those 7 strides that most horses are doing reasonably comfortably are probably a bit long for such a small horse. And she chased it a little bit and the horse got a bit flat. But anyway, she's over fence 4 clear and 5 clear. Now coming across the arena to fence 6 and really gets up in the air over that. They've got plenty of first of the combinations coming up now at fence 7 AB. She saw a real move-on spot to that, and probably just as well because it is a smaller pony. When you come to these combinations, those distances will ride a little bit longer for these ponies. She's clear through 7 AB and 8. Now coming around to 9. This is over near the eastern stands. Clear 9. Daisy, keep counting those strides down there. To
7. 7 is the norm.
So over 10 A, B and C. Oh, she wasn't quite sure why she's lost her way. Late turn to the left. She was heading for the gate, but she did correct herself and left it up. She angled that fence like a cross-country fence, made it a bit more difficult for herself, but it's still clear. Gave fence 12 a bit of a rub as well, and still clear.
A miss is as good as a mile.
I'm afraid she's had 1 fence down.
Oh, she has had a that's right, at fence 3, wasn't it? We missed that. Although we didn't miss it, we forgot about it.
But they put it back up by the time you were looking at fence 3. So the ring staff had already put fence 3. But she has still had a
good performance. I mean, all the way from the United States, she's completed Badminton with a certainly not too shabby result. She must be really pleased.
And so Michael Ryan into the arena now. He picked up 20 penalties at the Vicarage V. Like a lot of people, I think, quite a lot of 20 penalties picked up at Vicarage V, and a few falls as well. So
he had a really good ride around, actually. It was really unfortunate that Vicarage V run out, because the rest of his round was pretty smart.
And as an indication that he only actually got 11.6 time penalties, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and read this out quickly. Thought you might be interested to hear that the beautiful filly foal out of Prada, ex-mare ridden by Lucinda Fredericks and by the event of Mighty Magic, a foal was born last night. It's 5 years to the day that Prada herself completed at Badminton to place 16th and win the best mare prize.
Oh.
There you go. They were due on May the 3rd, but hung on for Badminton. There we go.
Michael Ryan, so he's over the first 3 fences, saw a bit of a fly, for want of a better way of putting it, to fence 2, and rode really sensibly, really steadied up, and then to make sure the 7 strides didn't get too long or didn't get too deep for fence 3, and so it's clear. He's now also clear fences 4 and 5.
It's a cooling breeze.
It's a bit of aircon, it's lovely.
Clear fence 6, a parallel in the middle of the arena. Now turning to 7A and clear. 2 strides to the Oxford Part B at 7 and clear. And working on his 6 strides down to 8 and clear there as well. Sometimes when fences are quite close to the arena edge and the spectators, like that fence 8 is heading towards a member's stand, horses lose a little bit of attention. But we haven't seen fence 8 come down at all, I don't think, have we, Daisy?
Not yet.
Yes, not yet. He's into the treble. He's out over the final element, still leaving all the rails up so far. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you could say that the riders at jumping this time of the morning, they're not under the same pressure as the ones who are going to be jumping later. but then you often have some of the most successful combinations jumping later.
So Michael over the last fence, fence 13 with the Oxo water tray underneath it. Clear
all the way.
81.4 time seconds, and the optimum time, or the allowed time, is 89, so well inside the allowed time.
Lorna Button is watching whilst completing Operation Stair Carpet Removal and Staining in Devon. Live streaming, Eleanor watching it and listening to us on Badminton Radio while I've got the sunnies on in Garden. Someone's watching us in California, not sure whether it was a late night or an early morning, so they've obviously... And a couple of Irish vet students, Jane Collins being one of them in Budapest, being distracted from study because of watching badminton all weekend. So worth it.
Jess Campbell is now in the arena on his horse Cappuccino. Yesterday it was such bad luck. I think that was the horse's first ever cross-country penalty, and Jess's face said it all. He was gutted.
That was at fence 14, which is the first of the duck houses at the Mirage Pond.
And the first fence has come down.
And the second.
Oh, this is going to be a long one.
Picked up 8 penalties already.
Over the third.
Quite a way away off that fence tree, but you were saying that you think that's probably the better way to jump that fence tree anyway.
Just a bit of room on those downhill approaches to give them a bit more time off the floor.
Flowing nicely from fences 4 and 5. The horse jumps a little bit on the hollow side, doesn't he? He doesn't bascule over the fences. So
explain bascule, please.
Well, it's a rounding, a stretching down. You like when the horses jump up in the air, you like to see their horse's chin, their nose go down towards their knees a little bit more, a rounding.
Ooh, another one down.
And so when they jump a little bit hollow, they just lose a little bit of form. And you'll also see on Jess's horse here, he's got a big fluffy noseband, and they do that sometimes because when they're looking up, they can't see. So it's trying to encourage your horse to look down a little bit to encourage a bascule of a jump.
And another fence has come down.
And so it's not working.
No.
Oh, he's rattled all his way through the treble there, but they all stood up.
Not been well.
Rubbed fence 11, the red fence towards the stands.
2 to go, 4 down.
Jess is working hard in between the fences to try and encourage a horse to be round. He's
and
trying
he
to get the horse a little
12.
deeper. Clear over 13.
It wasn't the easiest round for Jess, but the horse has completed his first Badminton.
Yeah, I suspect Jess will be probably disappointed, but I would think the way the horse jumps, he might have almost been expected.
Yes, he looked a little bit flat today.
Well, it's going to provisional position of 33rd for Jess Campbell. Big popular rider now coming into the arena, and that is Sam Griffiths.
I didn't recognise him in a red coat.
Yeah.
Well, Paul Lankbrocker, winner here in 2014.
Oh, they were so unlucky yesterday. To me, it was one of the rounds of the day. They made it look so easy, but they just had a slight miscommunication on their line at one fence. It was the log.
The Swindon Design Outlet Mound, and it was a 4th element. And,
he was heartbroken. I just really hope the Australian selectors can, just give him a break on that one.
I was talking to a few people and relaying on sort of what Sam thought about that, and there was a couple of things. That the 3rd element in that mound there, he jumped a little bit too far to the left, so it didn't allow him to make the actual curving line. So he ended up almost doing a straight line to the final element in that mound, and so the horse just was unsighted, couldn't see it.
I mean, that mare would jump whatever you pointed her at if she knew what she was jumping, and she just
he is ballooning over these jumps. He's clear over fence 4 already. Did he squeeze in another stride there?
I think he did. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but I mean, this mare looks fantastic.
She's a jumper, isn't she?
He's giving her a good ride too.
Clear over fence 6, fault-free so far, turning into the first of the combinations. Didn't go out very wide there. He probably appreciates that he's just keeping her a little bit shorter, and so he cut the turn there a little bit just to shave off a second or half a second. Accelerating now between fences 8 and 9.
Sam is trained by the showtime trainer Ros Morgan, so she'll be watching, feeling nervous.
Did his regulation 7 strides into the treble. A, B, and now C. He almost jumped bigger and bigger as each element he went through there. So many horses actually get a little flatter and lower as they go through a combination like that, but his mare, Paul Lankbrocker, got bigger and bigger.
1 to go. Come on, Brock. That was a class round. Really good performance from Sam Griffiths and Paul Lankbrocker. If it can make amends on what happened yesterday, they've had a really lovely round.
6th clear round so far in the show jumping, and Sam Griffiths joining that 6 with Michael Ryan, Libby Head have all gone clear. So, and Ben Hobday, what a round from him. And now next into the arena is Camille Lejeune on Ardou Temp Glinière. Now, I've just had a tweet from somebody, Harriet Glidden, enjoying the coverage of Badminton Radio while in the lab today, doing what I want to know, have one eye on my work and another on the show jumping. Probably won't end well. No. What are you doing in the lab? I hope it's nothing too important.
The French riders had a good day yesterday.
Hey, do we hear about their celebrations? We assume there would have been a massive French celebration down in the Lorry Park.
So this horse, Air du Temps Blinière, was clear jumping, just picked up 14 time penalties. Lovely grey horse. It's difficult to present grey horses well. They get dirty so easy, or in other words, you can see the dirt so easily. I got in a little bit deep to fence 3, but the horse really backed up himself and cleared it well. So the first 3 fences are clear. Over fence 4, the blue Oxer, possibly the biggest fence on the course, clear 4 and now 5. Really rocking and rolling, not sort of taking his time.
Rupert's chuckling. I think someone is tweeting.
Yeah, someone is in seat Block K, row A, seat 27. Looking at them, they're turning into a couple of lobsters. They're a great day in the arena, but if anyone has any sun cream, please bring to Block K, row A, seat 27.
Well, Camille Lejeune is over fences 8. Still clear, coming around to fence 9 now. Over fence 9. Well, I lost count there whether he did the regulation 7. I wouldn't have minded if he did 6 because he is rocking and rolling down there.
He was 7.
Horse fighting him a little bit as he makes his left-hand turn into fence 11, but all still clear. Plenty of time up his sleeve. Horse rolled over fence 12, his knees a little bit, but didn't actually touch it, so it's still there.
The French do jump a lot of clear rounds, and here was one of them. Clear all the way.
Clear round number 7. It's been a fabulous week for the French, who are going to be serious contenders when it comes to Rio. Their team is looking pretty strong at the moment, the way the horses have performed here. Where is Block K, row 8, seat 27, Paul McCann?
Look for the lobster glow.
Well, first of all, which stand is it, east or west? West is over here on our right, the east is over there on our left.
All right.
So first of all, try to...
I have got some, because on Thursday I've been making schoolboy errors all week. Didn't bring my umbrella down to the trot up, didn't bring sun cream on Thursday, and I've got sun cream with me now, but I still look like a Belisha beacon.
So Joseph Murphy on his second ride on DHI Top Story. Had a good round yesterday, actually. Clear, no jumping penalties. Only 10.4 time penalties, just struggling to be high where he is at the moment because his dressage was a 54.9, so he's still down. He's not in the final 20 anyway, so it's a shame because a cross-country round like that, normally you would be up higher.
And with a prefix like DHI, that's Dressage Horses International. You would think that, you know, you'd be able to do a dressage test on.
Unfortunately, he's had the second fence down, the Mitsubishi Motors fence, so he's picked up 4 penalties there. But will then ballooned over fence 3 beautifully. Coming to the biggest fence in the course, maybe fence 4. Really gets up in the air over that as well. Horse certainly gets a little airy. Is the horse a little bit hollow? But he's certainly giving off the fences a lot of air. Clear now, fence 6. Approaching fences 7, A and B. This is the first of the combinations. 2 strides between A and B, and clear B. Coming down to fence 8, which we have not seen come down yet. I say that because I'm almost tempting it. But it's still up, so he's only picked up the 4 faults at fence... Where did he pick up? Fence 2, wasn't it?
Yes.
Did his regulation 7 strides from 9 to 10 A. He's clear A, B and C. Making his gentle turn to the left now to fence 11. And he's clear that as well. There's 2 fences left to go.
Someone
around to the right, turning right to the Roller Grand Slam jump. Gives that a good rattle, but it stays in place. Now the last fence, 13. Oxer with water tray underneath, and he's clear.
So, just the 4 faults for Joseph Murphy and DHI Top Story. But still, solid week. Joseph, I think in the end will be pleased. Still, Laura Collick coming to the arena. Zara Tintle, Francis Whittington, Blythe Tate, Paul Tapner and Lara de Leidekerke-Meyer. The next to come into the arena. What have we got here? Some goodies? Hello.
Hi, it's Claire back from
Oh, Derriere underpants are back.
Oh my God, do I need them?
Well, I don't know. Do
I'm
you?
sure I do.
Oh, Daisy's getting some.
Oh my gosh.
We'll bring you some, Daisy. These were for Sam, but we'll bring some up for you.
For Sam. Actually, I think the boys' pants. They're boys' pants. Would you really? Oh, thank you so much.
We brought the smoothies for Carl, and we thought that you guys better have some Derriere love hearts.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Derriere underpants. And I don't need them. I don't write. Anyway, what's going on in the arena?
Well, Laura Collett is in the ring on Grand Manoeuvre. She's up the fence 3, and she's clear so far over the first 3 fences.
This horse yesterday, I mean, he's almost hilarious because he is such an incredibly expressive jumper. Sometimes I wonder how Laura stays on him because she's only little, and he jumps massive at the beginning and massive at the end. So you would really hope that they keep the jumps up.
I'm not sure, but I think she cut out a stride between fences 4 and 5 there. It's meant to be 5 strides, but I've got a feeling she might have done it in 4. This is a big striding horse, and as you said, Laura has to work quite hard to manage him, keep him in line. He's over fences 7A and now B, and still clear. Coming down to fence 8, which is 6 strides away on a dead straight line from fence B, heading towards a member stand. Turning left now away from the member stand over towards the eastern grandstand. Fence 9, she's just jumped now. Direct line from fence 9 to 10 A, B and C, 7 strides. Up in the air over fence A, and then B, and then C again. So she is still clear. Gently turning to the left to fence 11, a little bit of an airy jump, but no one's had that down yet. Now she's turning around to the right, just near the commentators' boxes, heading to fence 12, which is the Rolex Grand Slam eventing fence. Clear there, just the one left. And big jump over fence 13.
Class act.
Laura.
Class act. Laura Collett there. Going clear. Another clear round. So ending the week on a high. 61.8. And Claire Lomas, we all know who Claire is. Thanks for great coverage, making it a perfect Sunday. She's tweeted from her garden, watching and listening to us on Badminton Radio. And of course, Claire has raised so much money for charities since being paralysed in 2007. I think she's raised over £500,000 for charity. And there she is, having a lovely sunny afternoon, listening to us. I'm sorry we're ruining your Sunday afternoon, but the entertainment is good out in the ring, and she is a real superstar.
Good day, Claire. How you going?
Yeah, big shout out to Claire. You're a legend.
Okay, so coming into the arena now is the Belgian rider Lara de Liede Kerkemeyer, riding Ducati van der Overdam. And she's clear over fence 1. She was clear cross-country yesterday, just picking up 7.6 time penalties. So she starts the final phase on a 55.9, but she's adding 4 to that straight away at fence 2. And then another 4 at fence 3. So she's had 2 rails down in the first 3 fences.
Laura's family run a big 3-day event out in Belgium, Arville it's called, which is very popular on the circuit.
Have you been there?
I haven't. I would like to go one day. It's meant to be great fun.
I think it sounds like not just the eventing.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Well, she's had the second and third fence down, but 4 stayed up, 5 and 6. Now she's coming into 7A and B, and both elements of that combination are up, staying up. And then down to fence 8, and that's clear as well. So she's picked up early 8 faults. Hope that doesn't put her off, and it doesn't seem to. Now there's quite... Oh, she's had fence 9 down. She was still turning. The horse was drifting out to the right, and she was having to do quite a big job in keeping the horse straight. But like I talked about another horse that was drifting, as soon as you have to take up a bit of contact to try and keep your horses straight, they tend to hollow over a fence and lose their shape, their form. Anyway, she's steadying up quite a lot for fence 12. Really gets over fence 12 nicely. And the last fence, 13, big jump over that as well and clear. So she picks up 12 faults, 3 rails down.
So 12 faults, and so she'll finish on a score of 67.9, slipping down. Here's a question for you. And I think our colleagues at Equity Ratings might know the answer. Are we heading for the highest percentage of clear show jumping rounds at a 4-star here? We've had 8 so far. Remember, there are 46 starters. What would you normally look as a percentage?
Well,
yeah.
I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure everyone will be wishing this next rider to go clear. This is Zara Tyndall on High Kingdom. She was clear in the cross-country yesterday. She started with a 48 dressage score. Clear jumping yesterday with just 6 time penalties.
This horse is known as Trevor, named after his owner, Trevor Hemmings, who is mostly known as being an owner of National Hunt racehorses.
Oh, fence 2 down.
But she's gone and had fence 2 down.
And fence 3.
So unfortunately, she's added 8 penalties to her overnight score already.
But our main job was to complete here, to get the Olympic qualification.
She's gone from fence 4 to 5, left them both up, clear. Now turning across the arena to fence 6. So you can see she just weighted up a little bit. The horse is getting a little bit flat. She just shortened him up and sat him on his hocks a bit and then just let him move up to a nice spot. Fences A and B she has now completed, rolling down to fence 8, and still fence 8 has not come down. She's left that up as well. Got to be careful around here at fence 9. As we've seen fence 9 come down a few times. But she's clear, left that up, probably looking for a regulation 7 strides down to the treble, over 10A, over 10B, and now over 10C as well. So just those first couple of rails down. So far the round since then has looked really good. She's over fence 11, just got 2 more fences to go. Fence 12, the Rolex Grand Slam, it's an upright. Bit of a brick wall with a few brown rails on top. She has left them up. And now the last fence, 13, Oxford water tray underneath, and leaves it up as well. So what a shame, just those 2 rails early on at fences 2 and 3. 8 penalties to add to her overnight score.
So frustration, and we'll finish on a score of 62. And that was a provisional position of 25. But all in all, a pretty satisfactory week for this horse, proving that he's back to able to compete at this level, because obviously he had a very difficult year last year with the injury problems. And Zara Tindall now exits the arena, but after that
sort of mixed feelings about that, don't you reckon, Daisy? She was probably hoping for a better performance, but it was still a solid performance.
He has had a very good show jumping record. I mean, I think he did double show jumping clear when he's at the London Olympics. He was clear again at WEG in Caen. You know, he is normally a clear round horse, but after fence 2 and 3, he just got better and better. You know, horses get a bit ring rusty.
So watching Francis Withington now in the show jumping ring, over the first 3 fences, he had a fantastic dressage score on 40. He was in 4th place after the dressage. Clear jumping yesterday, picked up 13.6 time penalties though, so dropped him back a little bit. And so far, he's coming up to fence 6. All the rails have stayed in place, so clear so far. So if he remains going clear, he certainly could move up. Oh, saying that.
That was your fault, Matt.
Yes. 7A. He's had 7A down. And the horse is really flat, probably looking at Part B there, not concentrating enough at Part A, and sort of really skimmed over 7A and had that down. So he's picked up 4 penalties there, and now a further 4 at fence 9. We have seen fence 9 come down a few times now. Into the treble, over A, B, and now C. Doing a gentle left-hand turn, about a 45-degree turn over the fence 11. Clear fence 11. Coming down by the commentators' boxes where we are. Coming to fence 12, the second last fence. We've seen that come down a few times. And he really bounced that, didn't he? And now to the last fence, fence 13 and clear. So he picked up 8 penalties, unfortunately, for 2 rails down.
He just definitely jumped his oxus better than his verticals. He just got a little bit flat at those verticals.
61.6 the final score for Francis Withington. 2 more to go in the first session of show jumping. 2 very popular characters. Great to see Blythe Tate back here. He's the first of the 2 to go, and he's starting on a score of 53.3. The vastly experienced Olympic gold medalist, world champion, multi-medalist anyway, Blythe Tate.
He is. He's won so many international 3-day events. Unbelievable.
He was world champion twice.
Not as many gold medals as you, though, Matt.
Oh, I don't know. He's had a fair few.
Well, he has one individual Olympic gold medal, but he has a few world championship medals as well.
Yes.
So,
Did he win here?
Blythe has won everywhere. I haven't got the stats in front of me, but
Burley a few times.
Look, he's a superstar.
He is, and it's so good to see him back here.
So bare necessity, 48.5 dressage on the first day. Clear jumping yesterday, picked up 4.8 time penalties. Not bad. I heard him interviewed after the cross country yesterday, and he was really pleased. He was saying that the horse sort of really did sort of get a bit tired at the end, but he reckons in 2 years' time, World Championships, that's what he's really aiming with this horse. He's clear over the first 3 fences in the show jump. Now over fence 4 as well, rolling down on those 5 rolling strides to fence 5 and clear there as well. And turning across the middle of the arena to fence 6, the Oxer with all the flags hanging off them, really gets up in the air, goes a little bit wide out to the right there. Now that might help on the approach to the combination 7A and B. And normally I'd say careful, you might pick up time faults, but time has been a little easy here, so he probably doesn't have to worry about it. Clear over 7A and B. And then a direct line, 6 strides down to fence 8 and clear there as well. Now fence 9, when you didn't really rate this as a difficult fence, but fence 9 has been coming down for a few riders. But Blythe leaves it up. And then it's a straight line, 7 strides to the treble in the middle of the arena. He's over A, he's over B, pops up really well over part C as well. And, boy, he gets in the air over fence 11 as well. So he's clear so far, just the last 2 fences to go.
Could be clear rounds number 9.
Don't be tempting fate.
Oh, he gave fence 12, I beg your pardon, a bit of a wrap, but it stays there.
And it is clear round number 9 so far. Stays on his score. Inside the time, 87.81 was his time. And he will finish on his score here of 53.3. Paul McCann, who's in the crowd here, has got his sun cream sorted, and boy, do you need it, because you're as bald as a coot. So you need a hat more than sun cream, I can assure you. But anyway, glad you're enjoying the coverage here. So happy days, Paul, and it is a glorious, well, happy days for Blythe Tate as well. And in to come to the arena is Paul Tapner. Natasha wants to know if we're broadcasting in French, because you might as well combine revision as well. No.
Un peu, si tu veux.
Oh, you. How is that school? Is that as far as you can go, Daisy?
That is it.
Darling. Anyway, so Paul Tapner is the last to go into the arena here. The vastly popular Paul Tapner, and former winner here, of course. And
Tap has won in 2010 on the lovely horse I Know Nothing. This mare jumped a really, really good round yesterday.
Yeah, no jumping penalties, just 6.8 time penalties yesterday. He had to work quite hard. She looks a little bit on the green side at times, and he certainly had to pull out all the stops to make sure she went exactly where she was meant to go. But good on Paul for riding like that. She clear over the first fence and also the second. Oh, he gave fence 2 a serious rattle. It's still rocking there in the cup. Now just settling down. It didn't come down though. So he's clear coming to fence 4. Up over fence 4, rolling 5 strides down to 5. Horse is putting his head up a little bit in front of the fences, hollowing out a fraction. So you just get a little bit worried that when the horses hollow like that, they might drag their back end. They drop their back legs and just touch rails. It's hopefully the horse will just stay a little round for him through most of the course. He's through 7A and B, rolling on those 6 strides down to fence 8 and clear 8. Coming around past the member stand over towards the eastern side of the arena, eastern grandstand, approaching fence 9 now and clear. Direct straight line across the arena in a diagonal fashion to the treble, 10A. Gives 10B a hit and it comes down. So, but then clear over fence 10C. So he's had 4 penalties so far. So when I say so far, he's got 2 more jumps to do, 12 and 13. Gives 12 a little bit of a thump as well, but it stays there. Now into the last fence, fence 13, over the water tray, Oxer, and it stays. So he's picked up 4 penalties.
So he's going to finish on a score of 57, and well, 9 clear rounds. Matt, when you looked at the start of the day, were you expecting 9 in this first session?
Well, it's hard to say. It's not a surprise. What is a surprise at the time is so easy. So often, a lot of horses, a lot of riders will pick up time faults on the show jumping round, but it looks like the course designer has been a little bit kind in the time. He doesn't want anyone to rush around. But you know what it is, it's a good sign the horse is jumping clear, because it means that they're not too jarred up from the day before the cross country. Everyone, when they came back from the cross country, said that the ground was perfect. I was a little worried it might have been a little bit tacky in places, but now all the riders came back and said, it was beautiful going. So then that's normally a good sign that the horses don't mind landing on good ground.
I'm going to give you an official update on Jeanette Breakwell. And she stayed in hospital overnight, broken some ribs, and her face is not ready for photos because obviously that road is not the best place. It's big on
She
the
did
road.
do a bit of a face plant.
But Jan is in good spirits, complaining about having to stay in. Hopefully she will be coming out soon and on her way home, as I know she won't be being a good patient. Let's Dance. Bella is sound, just her neck and shoulders badly bruised, but she's looking good and on her route home very shortly. So there's
wishing Jeanette all the best there. We saw that fall, and she did get sort of driven, pole drive driven into the road there. And so it's good to hear that she's okay, so to speak.
A question for you. You used to wear a red jacket too for show jumping. Why do Aussies wear them?
When you ride at international events, the coat that the Australians like us to ride are the red coats, and they will have a flag, an Australian flag, on their pocket. So when you have represented your country at international level, you are given a red coat with an Australian flag on the pocket.
Okay, Diana Sharp wishes to wish her son Ben good luck in his set next week's fab weekend camping at the horse trials, but not the early nights his teachers requested. Okay, naughty boy. Anyway, so well, that concludes the first part. Daisy, enjoyed the first part. I mean, obviously we're waiting for I suppose a crowning, really, aren't we, later on for Michael Young? We cannot really see him not winning it. It would be a sporting upset of the wrong kind if he doesn't win.
I would be really sad if he doesn't win, because, you know, after all this build-up, there'd be a massive deflation if it all went wrong, and they are such a fantastic combination. But this morning, we've seen some really good displays of jumping, and I'm so thrilled with the way the horses have looked. They've looked supple, athletic on the whole. The riders are, you know, the standard of riding just gets better and better and better. And this is the bottom end. These are the people who haven't had the best of rides yesterday, and they are still looking fantastic today.
We're going to start again live here at 2:55 for the final 20. What have you got a good lunch plan now, Daisy? Somewhere good to go?
Well, I might try and locate my husband and daughter, because I haven't seen my husband for a week, really. He's been away at work, and so I think I might, you know, have a bit of family time.
Right. Oh, very good. And you went home and cooked him supper, and he just come back from the States, hadn't he?
I know. You know, I've got to try and be a decent wife, because, you know, this eventing.
This event, malarkey. You're away next weekend.
I know, eventing wise, I'm probably a complete pain in the backside, but, you know, when you're around, you have to try and be good.
You have some good family time, and Matt, we're going to be periscoping, aren't we, at 1:30?
Are we? Okay, I don't know what periscoping means.
Is that like bog snorkeling? Or
it's some media terminology, I think.
Basically, it's a sort of live Twitter feed, and we're going to have you, Piggy and Sam Watson and me, and we want people to ask us questions via Periscope. It's a sort of video live stream, and Daisy's very happy to have got, well, she's going to get some question riding underwear, derriere, meant for Sam, but she's not taking those home.
I think Sam's style might be slightly different from my style.
For fairly obvious reasons. Anyway, we'll leave it there. What we're going to be doing now here on Radio Badminton is we're going to be hearing from many of the riders who have completed this year in that first session, and also going out and about. But of course, Matt, Daisy, and indeed Harry Mead will be joining us for the final session of the show jumping at 5 to 3. So hope you can join us for that. In the meantime, from me, Rupert Bell, have a very good lunch.
And that's
But
more than any.
Sometimes you do. I mean, I think it was last year or the year before where we had an awful lot of clears in the morning and then very few in the afternoon, and often it's the other way around. So
there's a lot of money involved, Harry, and I think that's where that can just increase the tension a little bit more.
One of the things that puts riders under a bit of pressure is the time. If people in the morning session have been getting time penalties, then the second lot of riders are aware of that, and they push the horses a little bit more, and that's where rails come down. But I think only one person got one time fault this morning, so the pressure's off there. It's almost a bit disappointing.
It's a shame.
We wish there was a little bit more pressure there.
Yeah, it's a shame when you've got a lenient time. It means riders can afford to almost school round.
Yeah.
We saw that at Burley when Michael Young won with Sam in the autumn last year. That it didn't put the pressure on the show jumping, and really by being forced not to gallop, but to ride on the optimum line that the course designer wants you to ride on, going inside where you've got a choice, and not adding strides in front of shorter combinations. It forces the rider to have to be a little bit more daring and really sort of dares them to make mistakes.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a shame that they're not put under that pressure. But anyway, hey-ho, here we are. Let's see if they can sort of exploit that.
There's plenty of pressure in there anyway. I mean, you can feel the atmosphere. It's buzzing out there. People are they're waiting to see history being made, and it's tangible.
Have any of you completed the show jumping in these temperatures before here at Badminton?
Temperature isn't a problem here. It is a bit sunny, but really the beautiful breeze about. I don't think heat will have any effect whatsoever.
The air temperature is not that warm, so if the wind got up, you'd feel it was a bit colder, and it's the same for the horses when they're travelling. As soon as they're travelling, they effectively create their own wind, and that cools them down. So I mean, these horses are designed.
It's been a very summery-looking crowd, hasn't it, Harry?
Yes, yeah. We've seen we've seen some exotic-looking girls, and I had to drag my elder.
But your grandfather.
and yourself, Harry?
My co-presenter. No, I'm very chaste and.
Yeah. No, it's lovely to see the sun shining. It brings out the best in people. Matt, you've been wandering around lunchtime, weren't you? Had a lovely wander around, didn't you?
I was with my daughter, and my partner's daughter sort of went down to the fair, so watched the girls.
How much did that cost you?
I tell you what, it is expensive. I just spent a little bit of time with my daughter and my partner's daughter, sort of messing around a little bit.
Well, we're now ready to get the show jumping session, the final show jumping session underway, and brilliant to see him in this final stage. It is Ben Way on Galley Light. Last year was the leading amateur rider. 32nd he finished, but he had a terrific cross-country yesterday. Works up the road in Cirencester and Galley Light. They were terrific yesterday, and have been a fabulous performance from him on 52.9. And let's hope he can continue and put on a good display at this, his second Badminton, and he's going to begin now with the first fence up against the grandstand, and Ben Way is on his way.
Yeah, he only picked up 0.4 of a time fault yesterday, which is only 1 second. And that's how we work out our penalties on the cross country, 0.4 of a penalty per second. So he was just a fraction out.
He was a standout cross-country round yesterday. Just the way he rode and the way his horse went, he really caught the eye.
He's over the first three fences, all clear, coming up to possibly the biggest fence. And boy, he put a bit of air in over that one. Fence 4. It's a flowing 5 strides down to an upright and a direct line to fence number 5, and he's clear that. Then he turns across the arena to another decent-sized oxer in the middle. It's all decorated with flags. And now he's turning hard left hand to the first of the combination, 7A and B. It's a 2-stride combination. Upright, 2 strides to an oxer. He was clear there. Then there's a further 6 strides on a dead straight line down to 8. Now he's coming around to fence 9. And fence 9 came down a few times this morning. Whether the horses are a little hollow because the riders, oh boy, he bounced it, didn't he? That almost came down. And then in straight line, 7 strides to the treble, A, B and C, 1 stride all the way through there. It's clear so far, and turning left to fence 11.
And Ben Wade been absolutely perfect so far. This would be a terrific conclusion for him, and he's been very calm. The optimum time is 89 seconds, and should be able to be well inside that. Comes to the final fence, and that is the 10th clear run, and for Ben Way, Well, it's been a terrific 4 days from the man from Warwickshire, and he's finished clear 52.9, and this really is an outstanding performance. An amateur rider. Put it into context, because you guys work pretty full time at it, but for Ben Way, when he's doing it, he's up at 6 o'clock in the morning, then he's got to go and do his day job.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and what was interesting was seeing him last year. You know, they looked pretty green, both of them together. The horse was looked he definitely had his eyes out on the stalks. They had a fall at Burley, and then they came here this year and they look absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he looked a little bit out of his depth last year, didn't he? But a completely different look this time. It looked very professional. You wouldn't call him an amateur.
Right, well, I know Daisy will be very pleased to see how the next rider gets on, because you were rooting for Rotter yesterday, but I don't mean Beanie Sturgis. I mean the horse, Lebowski, because you've had some interesting moments with this horse in your time.
Yes.
But how well did she do yesterday?
She was fantastic. I mean, her and that horse have been an amazing partnership for a very long time, and I mean, he's one of the quickest horses on the circuit. They went a long route, they're still easily inside. They were one of the most fluent partnerships we saw yesterday, and I just really want them to have a good ride round today.
Obviously you know this horse well. How good's the show jumping side of him?
It's not bad, you know, he's not an out-and-out show jumper. He can jump a good round, but I'm just don't want to say any more because I'm not jinxing anything.
Okay, Matt, over to you then.
Well, I'm going to ignore it to a little bit. He started with a dressage score of 52.8, which had them in 59th position. Clear inside the time yesterday, one of only 11 riders to do that. So starting on that dressage score of 52.8. At the moment, sitting in 19th position.
What's interesting about this second fence is it's actually small on the left-hand side. So you see some of the riders, which you can't see that easily on the screen, but some of the riders are turning and just jumping on the left-hand side because the ground slopes away to the right.
He's over fence 2. It's a rolling 7 strides between fence 1 and 2. We saw a few horses this morning chip in an extra 1 and get too deep and knock the second fence out. But he's actually already clear over to fence 5. Now coming to fence 6. Got a little bit deeper there, but the horse certainly got up into the air. She's making that left-hand turn down to 7A and B. You okay there, Daisy?
I am really stressed. Come on, Rotter.
This
horse
studio's about to be pulled to pieces.
This horse butt me off. He put me on the floor so hard it really hurt. But he is the most incredible little the machine of a jumper.
Now you've got your new derriere pants, you're all right.
Well, he's clear coming to fence 9 so far. We have seen fence 9 come down, but he's clear there. 7 strides, straight line to the treble. Over A, get quick, over B, getting quite quick, but over C, all clear.
Come on, Rotter.
Turning left to fence 11, with only 2 to the left after that. Clear so far.
Well, all making it look very easily, these first 2 raiders. Daisy's holding on to everything in the studios. Everything's crossed. She's pinged the Rolex, which is the penultimate fence. Coming towards the final fence is Beanie Sturgis. Daisy punches the air, and the crowd appreciate a terrific effort. And what a performance from Beanie Sturgis, safely inside the time.
And actually, what I'd like to add, I think this could possibly secure her the Glen Toole Trophy for the highest climb after the dressage, which is actually quite a cool prize to win.
I think what's great here as well is this is very much Beanie's local event. She'll have a big local following, and to go clear and fast cross country and come out on the last day, jump a clear round show jump, and she'll be on a high with a big supporting crowd with her.
Big party tonight, I reckon.
She and her husband are field masters of the local Beaufort Hunt here, aren't they?
They are, and it's a really good result.
And the worst she can finish is 19th.
And I hope she's going to climb a few more places. Well, no. You know
well, the worry.
Daisy's got her voodoo doll out.
No, I'm not a bad sport. No.
The worrying thing is 2 rounds, 2 clear rounds. Are we going to see any rails come down? Are we going to see any shuffling of position?
Well, I have a horrible feeling we will.
Yes.
Well, it will all work in Beanie's favour. Well, next into the arena after Beanie Sturgis's clear round, one of the French riders who was clear inside the time yesterday in the clear just outside the time in the cross country yesterday. Rodolphe Scherer riding Macara de Montiège in 18th place this grey. 52.5 is his starting score. It was a wonderful day's cross country for the French team yesterday. So many of their riders either clear or just outside the time.
One of the first decisions a rider has to make is before they jump the first fence. There's a hut with some flowers underneath it before the start gate, which they can either go inside or outside, and he chose to go inside, which is interesting because it means you're jumping the first fence slightly into the crowd, which can disorientate the horse and distract them off the top rail.
Interestingly, most people this morning did exactly that, but I think some riders find it easier to get a really nice shot from a turn rather than a long straight
Yes,
line.
absolutely, and that's why that's been put there. Just as a little complexity to just spice it up.
So Rodolphe so far is clear over fence 5. The horse almost put in a little pig route after fence 3 and almost unseated Rudolph, but he's fine. The horse is jumping very big.
Pig route, is that an Australian term?
Well, okay, what's a small buck called then?
A barrel?
In Australia we call them pig routes if they're
We
just
can say
little
hump,
bucks.
but I'll stop there.
A bit humpy. Anyway,
He's
he
still
is
clear
over
anyway.
fence 8 and clear. Coming around the fence 9, which we saw come down a few times. It doesn't look a difficult fence, but maybe having to turn towards or away from the crowd there, the horse gets a little bit distracted. Coming into the treble now, 10A down, 10B rattled but stays up. 10C is down. Oh, what a shame. He's had 2 rails down in that treble. And now over 11.
So not been perfect for Rodolphe Scherer, and with those 2 fences down, the first of the riders to have fences down, rattles the Rolex 1, the fence number 12, and no problem at the last, which Matt thought might cause a few problems today, but I don't think it's been knocked down, number 13, and of course it was the last that did for Michael Jung.
It's interesting when you've got the water tray underneath the last fence. The water tray can either cause horses to draw their eyes down, jump a bit lower, not look at the top rail, or can get them up in the air a bit like a ditch. And today they definitely seem to be jumping it really well.
They do,
Obviously,
don't
the way
they?
it's
Yep.
sighted is just getting the horses well up in the air. They can stand off slightly. It's either 7 or 8 strides down there, but you can afford to keep moving down on the 7. And then let the ditch get you up in the air.
Well, he's dropped right down now. He's between Paul Tapner and Francis Whittington in his final position. So Beanie's gone up 1 place at least. Okay, is that all right?
Okay.
But next into the arena for this final conclusion of the event after Rodolphe Scherer is Camilla Spears and her horse Portesize Just a Jiff.
Now, how small is this horse? He is pretty tiny. Is he's below 16 hands? He's about 15.2, isn't he?
Well, I think the program, I'm not sure if it's this horse, says 15-1.
Oh, he's even smaller. Gosh.
I think. Anyway, he's gone around that flower pot Harry was talking about. Dead straight line to the first fence. So she started on a dressage score of 49.9, which had her in 45th position as she's coming to fence 2 over there. Clear jumping, just 2 seconds over the optimum time yesterday, so picked up 0.8 of a time penalty. She's clear over fence 3, making a nice big turn to fence 4. Blue Oxer, possibly the biggest fence on the track, but I'm not sure if we saw it come down at all.
You can see it's a slightly moving distance down there from 4 to 5. It's a moving 5 strides, and she really had to gallop down there on such a small horse.
And it is slightly uphill. I know it's only tiny gradients, but it is slightly uphill to that.
There's something about the shape of the Badminton arena. It's almost like an upturned saucer, so the highest ground is in the middle, and the ground at either end of the arena falls away. So it can be quite difficult to ride this course because the course designer puts the combinations where the terrain changes.
She's over fence 8 and still clear, coming around the fence 9. This is a jump fence 9 square, and then some straight 7 strides to 10A,
B and C. And
B, and then C, and she's clear through the treble.
And this treble, the ground falls away in the second part, so the first distance is normal, and the second part is downhill.
He really stretched for that third part, but he's a trier.
Is this going to be our 3rd clear this afternoon?
Camilla Spears comes to that second last fence and no problems now, angles towards the final fence, and the little pony is spring-heeled over the final fence, and Camilla Spears is our 3rd clear. It means she will be at worst 17th in this year's Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials. She gives the horse a brilliant hug as they exit the arena.
Once again, her time was 82.83. The allowed time is 89, so she is 6 seconds, a bit more than 6 seconds inside the optimum time.
And she took some quite wide lines there, so it really does show that time isn't that tight. But when you've got these curving lines, it's easy for the course designer to maybe just wheel a little bit, not on the line that the horses end up riding, and he's obviously wheeled it quite wide.
I've got
Very generously.
I've got a climber's statistics for you. A 1, Harry Mead, jumped from 46th position after dressage to 3rd place overall. That's a leap. Currently, Beanie Sturgis is 59th into 18th. That must have been quite good. You were quite good then.
Or quite bad in the dressage.
What was it?
Yeah, the Glenville Trophy is sort of like a...
There's a fight going on here.
Harry Mead just hit me.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to put a bag over her.
Well, put one of those derriere pants over her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, we digress.
Her extra large derriere pants.
Oh,
But extra comfortable, I might add. I'm very much looking forward to trying them on.
okay, but not now. Thank you. Right, where are we? Is that the right? The next
French
rider.
riders coming in.
Pascal Leroy is on a score of 50.5 coming into the arena. Was one of the French riders to go clear yesterday, having started the cross-country in 48th place, and he's on his way. He's got a very reflective-looking hat on.
Very shiny, isn't it?
Very shiny.
He's on a score of 50.5. That was his dressage score. He didn't add anything on the cross-country. He did a double clear jumping, clear inside the time.
And you can see he's just landed over fence 3, moved on round the corner, and then rebalanced before 4.
Clear over 4, just a rolling 5 strides, easy for this big horse. 2 fence 5, and he's clear fence 5.
On his way, and do keep your tweets coming to @BHT Radio, and wherever you're listening to us, whether it's on radio and also via the live stream. So the French looking very strong. This will go down, real morale boosting performance. Pascal Leroy is in his 50s too, which is up the 50s, I say.
He does look exceptionally stylish as well. I mean, he the way he does his turns, everything is so balanced. He'd be a rider who really probably wishes they'd had a tight time, because, you know, he seems to be incredibly accomplished in the show jumping arena. Sorry.
He just makes up a bit too much ground in that last part of the treble. Also gets too close to that upright going across the arena. It's into the crowd, and it's quite poly, so you want to have the horse slightly off that.
And had another
This is
one
entirely
down.
my fault.
Daisy, put that voodoo doll away.
Well, it didn't finish well for Pascal Leroy, because he's going to slip down to 25th at best at the moment, at worst, I should say, for him.
What happened to Pascal? We were actually sort of, I'm just trying to think, admiring the horse's big length of stride, but he let it get out a little bit of control. From 7B, it's meant to be 6 strides down there, he did in 5. From 9 to 10A is meant to be 7 strides, he did it in 6. So he actually went into the treble quite long, and he just ran out of room. He had to rail down that. He just did not have enough room to get out of the way of Part C, and he really sort of lost control over the next 2 fences. So he just let the horse rock and roll on a little bit too free, I think.
And he was miles inside the time, 81.82 seconds, so he could have easily just chosen to break up the stride. You know, in his related distances, he could have just landed, taken an early weight, and then softened again.
Have they been too generous with the time?
Yes,
Yes, much too.
Right, okay, that sums that up. Because it is, well, what should it have been then?
You should have probably taken
85?
Yeah, 4 or 5 seconds off it, I reckon. Just put them under a little bit of pressure.
Okay. Yes, well...
Oh, God, it's easy to say that for you, though.
No,
isn't
I
it?
always like it. I mean, the last time I rode here, I bumped into the chap wheeling it, and I said, I hope you're wheeling it nice and tight. I don't think he was going to listen to me.
That presumably was when you went up from 49th to 3rd, or 46th from 3rd. But next into the arena, obviously... Andreas Dabowski, well, it could be, as we say, a splendid day for German eventing, but Andreas Dabowski on FRH. Butts Avedon with 43.7, had 6.4 time faults in the cross-country yesterday, jumped clear to be on 50.1, and currently in 15th spot, and he's clear through the first 2.
And over the 3rd fence now. There's a rolling 7 strides from 1 to 2. And he's jumped that fine. 2 to 3, wasn't it? Sorry. He's over fence 4. Oh, I think he's squeezed in another stride to fence 5. Most riders have been going down there in 5, but he just steadied up a little bit and put 6 in.
He's quite a short striding horse, this one. I think he wouldn't be one you want to be.
It's now known as the Daisy Curse. Jules Herring has just tweeted the Daisy Curse. Poor Pascal, please wish Jack good luck with his GCSEs. No Daisy Curse needed.
She's a witch.
I've been called worse.
Andreas
I
now
like you, Daisy.
coming around to fence 9. He's had 1 rail down. Where did that come down? I didn't see it come down. Is it fence 8? Yeah, the first time we've seen fence 8 come down.
And it's the one furthest away from us, and we're blocked by the fences in that far corner as he goes to number 11. So he's going to slip down the order for Andreas Dubowski. Beanie looking better all the time here, Daisy, as he comes into that second last fence, the Rolex Grand Slam of eventing, and jumps the last and just has that one fence to finish on 54.1. Does the German Andreas Dubowski, who's had good finishes here before at Badminton, but he'll be, I'm sure, reasonably pleased to finish inside the top 20 this year.
What's interesting is, although the time is lenient, with this series of sort of almost serpentine bends around the course, a lot of riders are choosing to go quite tight, because when you turn to a fence off a turn, the horse's hind legs are underneath and it's easier to jump a fence, and sometimes by taking a wider route actually lets the horse get a little bit more strung out on the approach to the fence and makes it a little bit harder for it to jump cleanly.
Yeah, the smaller circles generally considered as an engagement exercise. That inside hind is encouraged to come up underneath them and take a little bit more weight, so the turns actually help the horse to engage. The only problem, if you get too cheeky and you leave your turn a little bit close to the fence, your contact is still saying turn, and if you have too much contact in the horse's mouth, then there is a tendency for the horse to hollow a little bit. So you've got to get the subtle timing correct.
And I know you'll agree with this. Just had the British Grooms Association tweeting, please do give a shout out to the grooms who have had the horses looking amazing all week. So say all of us, top job.
Funny enough, I was just thinking that last horse looked absolutely brilliant in his coat, didn't he? And these grooms work harder than anyone. They would have been up most of the night making sure these horses want for nothing. And
I was down at the trot up this morning, and I mean the gleam on those horses' coats. The grooms, boys and girls, have had them looking amazing.
Well, it's Tina Cook now next into the arena with Star Witness, and I think she just buzzed around the cross-country course yesterday, and she is on a score of 49.7, currently in 14th, and Tina Cook is on her way, loves the big occasion, and she was...
She's come up a long way from the dressage. She was 42nd after the dressage, and so now sitting in 14th place, potential to move up from there. She was double clear inside the time yesterday in the cross country.
And miles inside the time. She made it look very easy. Plenty of time left on the clock when she came into the arena.
She's up the fence 5, and so far all clear. She's turning right hand to go across the arena from the east stand towards the west stand. Oxer in the middle there, she's clear also. As she approaches the west stand, she's making a left-hand turn to 7A and B, the first of the combinations. 2 stride between an upright and then to an Oxer, and then 6 strides down to fence 8 on a direct straight line. That line's heading straight towards the member stand, then she's doing a big 180-degree turn left. She's heading over towards the east stand, over fence 9, and from fence 9, a direct straight line, 7 strides to the treble. 10A, she's clear. 10B, she's clear. 10C, she's clear. Then it's almost a 90-degree turn to fence 11.
This has been a wonderful performance this week from Tina Cook. Can she just jump these final 2 fences? And we'll continue to give the selectors a big nudge with this performance from Star Witness as she comes now to the final fence. And that is just a wonderful conclusion. Well, she is ecstatic, is Tina Cook. You can see how much it means to her to complete with a clear round here and finish on 49.7. Tina Cook, such a stalwart of British teams in recent years, and she's producing again a star performance with this Star Witness.
She is a rider who, for a team, you really, really want her on your team, because, you know, the way she rode in there, it was the tightest round we've seen all day. It was foot perfect. I mean, she's Mrs. Cool on the last day.
Is that an Olympic nudger?
I think everyone, you know, who's in line for team spot would be grateful to have Tina, you know, in the team with them. You know, and Matt, wouldn't you say when you've ridden at championships, there's certain members you just would like to have fighting on your side?
Yeah, and you know, it doesn't matter how big, how tough the course is at Rio, you know, Christina will do her very best. She won't go out there and be timid about anything, which is great. What you want as a team member.
Well, next into the arena after that clear run is Bettina Hoy. And she's got some experience under her belt, up the 50s.
Bettina was very much the leading light of the Germans sort of for the last 15 years or so, and since she in a way was a precursor to the Michael Youngs, and
she was the one that started setting new standards, actually, particularly in the dressage.
In the dressage,
Didn't she get into the 20s once? Something completely insane on Woodside Ashby.
She anyway, she starts here. Well, she started here in the dressage on 44, which had her in 14th position. She was clear jumping, but picked up 5.2 time faults on the cross country yesterday. So she's starting the show jumping on 49.2. She's clear so far over the first 3 fences.
What's quite interesting about this 4th fence is it's set out quite close to the side of the arena, so the horses, there's almost a tendency to turn in too early, and you want to be carried out towards the side before you turn into it. But she's clear there, and she's now heading across the middle of the arena to fence 6, a wide parallel.
Bettina's horse looks incredibly full of running after yesterday. I mean, he's a proper double handful today.
Oh, she's had the first part of the double down, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Number
saying
7.
that maybe she just ran into 7A a little bit. What was that, the Daisy cursor?
Well, I wasn't saying any... Oh.
So she's had...
One of the things when a horse gets a bit keen is they can shorten their neck, and as a rider, if you're going to steady the horse and they're concertinaing in their neck as the body carries on going, and this horse is just getting a little bit strong.
Yes, it's what's happened in the dressage as well. The horse is curled up a little bit behind the vertical, which, even though the horse has amazing presence and did the movements very well, just didn't get the points that she will hopefully get sometime when the horse just reaches out a bit more.
Just the same thing happens in the penultimate fence. Just Constantina's neck, the body carries on going, runs in deep, and the same to the last.
He's just too keen. I mean, it's amazing that a horse can be that keen after, running those 12 minutes yesterday, but now it's slightly than doing a designer.
It's good, though, for just a great feeling cross-country. You have a horse that really wants to take you to the jumps, but sometimes it has not the greatest effect if they still want to just run to those show jumps.
You just want to be soft on that last stride with your hands so your horse can use his whole body and use his neck and bend his back, and he didn't let her.
I tell you what really impressed me yesterday. I was been walking the course I just happened to come up with her to the Vicarage V, and she told me that she's never jumped the Vicarage V. She's gone a long way on it several times. The one and only time she had to go at it, she fell. But she went and did it yesterday. I thought that took real bravery.
She's never jumped.
I know, Bettina's funny because she's one of the riders who actually can make quite a big shouty noise when she jumps the fence that she's particularly worried about. And I knew how worried she was about the Vicarage V, so I really wanted to have a sound monitor next to it.
You need a translator as well, that's the thing.
Well, maybe we don't actually. It might have been rude.
But she did it really well, so I thought that was really brave. Very, very good riding.
Well, it's been a costly run, though. She's slipped well down the leaderboard as a result of that. But those 12 faults now, as I say, up the 60s now. Jean Tolaire is coming into the arena. Fabulous yesterday. And with Matelot and says he's looking at his piece of paper here. Can't find it on
Matelot du Grand Val.
Yeah, I was having...
He started on a dressage score of 47.5. Clear jumping, just picked up 0.4 of a time fault on the cross country, so just 1 second over the optimum time. So he's starting the show jumping on 47.9.
And he's on his way.
He's clear over fence 1. Coming around the fence 2, the Mitsubishi fence. It's almost a 180-degree turn. And then there's a nice 7 strides, which just arrives, gets you to the second fence a little off, but he's actually had it down.
It's slightly downhill down to that fence, and the horse just carried on travelling into the square front rail.
There were 1 or 2 in the morning session who were having that particular fence down, fence number 3.
Yes, this horse is jumping a little bit on the hollow side, and he hit that second fence down with his back legs, and if the horses don't round or bascule over the he did a bit of a mess over fence 6 in the middle of the arena. He basically landed on the back rail.
He almost jumped it like it was an upright, landed on the back rail, and almost unseated Jean Tolaire.
But he's still there. He's over the double 7A and B, and then down to 8, so he's sort of regained himself, or no, he's just searching for a stirrup at the moment, coming around the fence 9. Hopefully he's got it back. He's a little far. He's on the opposite end of the arena from us here, so we can't see very clearly. But he's over fence 9 clear, and then continue on a dead straight line to the treble.
He's travelling quite a lot. He needs to sit up here to get out, and he does.
He's through the treble clear, then having to work hard to say whoa and make that left-hand turn to get to number 11.
And Rodolphe Scherer had 2 fences down, his compatriot, and so far it's 2 down for Jean Tolaire on 55.9, and he jumps the fence number 12, now approaching the final fence and actually makes that look pretty easy. And
Daisy,
so-
weren't you saying earlier that the French just are really good show jumpers?
Well, again, the kiss, the kiss
Poor
of
old
the witch,
Daisy.
I think. Yeah.
No, there's too much testosterone going on around here. Let's support Daisy. Be gentle with her, but see
It's our fragile girl in the middle here.
Well, there is a British rider sitting in third, so actually maybe I should use my powers to that
Yeah,
advantage.
well, basically, you need to. Your powers need to on Michael Young. You need to do some real hexing, I think, don't you?
Yeah, but then I get murdered by Piggy.
Oh right, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I can't really win either way.
No.
Okay, we're just waiting for Janelle Price to come in on Classic Moe, and she's in 11th place, and she is the first of the riders that is within second place if everyone above her has one rail down. She is 3.9 penalty points away from second place, and every rail that comes down is 4. So this is where the placings really could get mixed up a bit.
One thing just to point out is that fence 8, which is just after the double, it's the Oxford down near the members' end of the arena, is straight into the crowd, and horses can just take their eye off that top rail and look into the crowd. And we've got the same towards the end of the course with fence 11 and upright towards the commentary box, and that again can draw the horse's eye past the fence and into the crowd.
Yeah, we talked about that early, Harry, and that definitely had an effect last year. Remember, the first fence was heading into the crowd.
We've had that, and you see a lot of people try to canter past the first fence, so the horses see the crowd, so the next time they're coming round, they're looking at the fence.
But we didn't see that fence 8 come down at all in the morning session. It's only come down once in this afternoon session. Anyway, Janelle has started. She's over 1, she's over 2. Oh, beautiful jump over fence number 2, and she's curling around, 180-degree turn back along the east stand. Defence 4, big jump up in defence 4, accelerated down there because she knows it's a longish 5 strides. Horse just tapped fence 5 with his back legs, but it stayed in place. Turning across the arena to the Oxer with all the flags on at fence 6. And now left-hand turn back to first of the combination, 7. She's over A, 2 strides to the Oxer as part B, and she's clear there. Then 6 strides down to the fence 8 in front of the member stand, which Harry and I were just talking about then, but she's left that up as well. So clear so far, coming around to fence 9.
And again, this is a slightly moving distance now down to the treble, and as you get to the treble, you're on level ground or even going uphill, and then the ground halfway through the treble falls away. She has that middle part of the treble. She now needs to sit up and balance as she turns into this third last fence and upright into the crowd, and she then steadies around the corner towards a very small, probably the smallest fence on the course, this green upright, which horses never jump well.
And it hasn't been jumped well, but she does jump it well, does Janelle Price, as she comes to the final fence. She's had 1 down in this show jumping round, clearing cross country, and she's going to finish with a score of 51.3, which leaves her currently in 13th, but disappointing to have that 1 fence down in the middle part of the combination, but she is proving to be one of the stars of eventing at the moment, Janelle Price.
That horse very rarely has a pole down, and it was a shame to have it here because it is a really expensive mistake, because the difference in money for each position is incredible. I mean, 1 pole can cost you thousands and thousands of pounds.
80,000 to the winner.
Christina Cook, who went clear on Star Witness in 14th, now she's gone clear, and the 3 above her have all had rails, and she's already moved up to 11th. So she could be looking at a top 10 placing in a minute if someone else has a rail or 2.
Nice little payday.
Well, it's for 13th. She currently gets 6,000. It basically goes up 1,000 up until the 10,000 9th, and then it starts to go up incrementally.
Gwendolyn Furr, the French riders, has come in. She'd only need to have 1 rail down for Christina Cook to move into that 10th position.
Yeah, 2 years ago I had a rail which cost me £40,000.
How much?
40,000. Yeah. And more importantly, the Badminton Trophy.
Anyway,
if we know that, we know that little saying.
Exactly.
Yes,
Gwendolyn Furr on Romantic Love. She started on a dressage score of 47.1 in 28th position. She added nothing yesterday. No jumping, no time penalties, and a few rough moments on the cross country. And she has had the 3rd fence down. So straight away, Christina Cook has moved up into the top 10.
This course is causing a bit more trouble in this afternoon session. You know, there is more pressure, and it's starting to show.
Maybe it's amongst these riders who have got a little bit more at stake. As we mentioned, there's cash at stake, there's pride at stake.
There's a potential selection for the Olympics at stake.
So the French have not had it all their own way because Rudolph Scherer and Pascal Leroy both had,
And Jean
Tiller have had fences down.
What's interesting about this fence coming up to now fence 8, it's a pastely coloured, and although we haven't seen it come down,
It's
right
gone
now,
down
it
this
has
time.
gone down. It's a pastely coloured fence, which is quite difficult for the horses to focus on. It doesn't almost
And straight into the champagne bar as well.
Is that where you were at lunch?
Fence 9,
Possibly.
she's clear fence 9, coming down to the treble. She's now had 2 rails down, over A, over B, and she's clear over C as well. Turning left to the fence 11, quite an airy, sort of browny, orangey fence. Saying that, I'm colourblind, so what colour is it, fellas?
I'm colourblind as well.
It's orangey stuff. Anyway, it jumps the green Rolex fence, and now coming to the final fence here. Gwendolyn Furr will be pretty pleased, I'm sure, to be finishing inside the top 20 here at Badminton. 17th provisionally at the moment after 8 faults. The third French rider to have 8 faults here. Pascal Leroy had 12, so they were brilliant yesterday, but the show jumping day maybe yesterday just taken the edge off them in terms of being able to show jump here this afternoon. So she's going to finish with a score of 55.1.
It's interesting how there's no parade this year. I know
So there will be a bucket collection outside the main arena when you leave for the Countryside Allowance. I'll be grateful if you could give generously to support this great charity, Countryside Allowance.
Sound and happy in the field, and he was very much pushing, for this day, and doesn't he look well?
Looks fantastic. He should have run.
He's still got his tongue sticking out. He's always notorious for running with his tongue sticking out the side of his mouth. He got so excited, and there he goes.
Well, he had to steer past a Mitsubishi because he's galloping around the arena, being applauded as he goes around. He's at the far end, away from us, past the two trees that are in the main arena here, and starting to get their leaves. It's been wonderful. Leaves would have appreciated this week's weather. And
so would grass and other trees. But anyway, we don't need to go into that. Rupert's getting sidetracked.
I just wonder what I was thinking. I went back to about 2 hours ago with you, Harry. I digress. Anyway, I've just got a tweet here from Nina Johnson. I've liked pets watching badminton. There we go. How do you? Well, there's a nice on the Badminton radio headset. Just woke up in time. Twitter feed. There's a picture of a dog watching Michael Young win. Even animals like to watch Michael Young.
And just saying here, Jock has dismounted from Clifton Promise, and that is the symbolic moment when the rider gets off the horse, and I think the horse will then be led out of the arena. That's what they normally do.
Normally take the saddle off, but
then you start. It's
not
really,
the bridle.
It's quite weepy. It's a very it's quite a choking, tearful moment, because that is the end of this horse's career. But what a happy one.
And the saddle is off. A little pat on the neck from Jock Paget, who then comes forward, and Hugh Thomas is also coming forward with a it's a
badminton rug.
Badminton rug. And
it is a very emotional moment, this. It's like putting a soldier's sword in the ground when he's... I'm just not going to carry on that.
No, but I know what you mean. It's quite choking. It's emotional.
Yeah. And these horses, they are just great. The event horse, the 4-star event horse is a freak of nature. They're just the most amazing specimens. They're brave, they're athletic, they gallop, they jump, they move. And we ride them for over a decade. Normally, Jock would have had this horse since he was a youngster, and you know them like a friend. You know them inside out, and
we spend so much time on them. To train an event horse, you can't just give it 20 minutes a day. I mean, you're on it for hours.
You know them like a psychologist knows their patients, and they know you like a psychologist knows their patient. It just and you share real highs and lows. The greatest moments of Jock's life would have been with this horse, and it's a very emotional time. This and very fitting that he should retire in the main arena at Badminton.
And he's being walked back across. He was being quite hard to hold by the groom who's leading the horse out of the arena back towards the collecting ring. And Jock Paget is congratulated and shakes the hand of Hugh Thomas, the event director here, and walks back holding the saddle and is given a big round of applause as he does so.
You can see how much these horses enjoy this atmosphere. Clifton Promise looks like a sort of fresh 7-year-old just
he's probably quite frustrated that he hasn't had an opportunity to jump.
Completely.
These horses love it here, and they get so excited. They see the jumps. I remember I had a horse here, and I used to he used to go past the lake, and you could tell the tension building when he got so excited when he saw the lake. They feel the atmosphere here.
I went down and rode Midnight Dazzler when he was 22 or 23, and he was in retirement with his owner. He was owned by his breeder, and I went down, and the day before Christmas, just took him for a jump around their farm, and I honestly felt that he could have, if she'd said, do you want to ride him a Badminton, and he hadn't been so old, I would have said definitely. He felt as good as he'd ever felt.
Well, the presentations for Michael Young, and will be coming into the arena. Not only will he be picking up the Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials Trophy, he will also be picking up the Rolex Grand Slam of Eventing, and of course Pippa Funnell was the last to do it back in 2003, and we thought it was going to be hard to repeat. Riders have come close.
Since then we've had Andrew Hoy came close, and he had that long wait, having won Kentucky and Badminton. He had a long wait to Burley, and in a way that sort of puts the pressure on more, although he did have 2 chances because he had both his horses there, whereas Michael's only had a week to get overexcited about it. And we also saw both Andrew Nicholson and William Fox-Pierre bizarrely going for it in the same year after 2012 was cancelled. They sort of stacked up and were both going for it in 2013 when that horse, Clifton Promise, we've just seen retire, when he won it, with Michael Young having had the last fence down.
They've been close a few times, but actually haven't been able to do it. We actually thought that, is it maybe too hard a challenge for people? But Pippa did it in 2003, and now Michael Young, here he is, 13 years later, done it again. Well, and it sort of gives it more credibility that someone can't just go and do it sort of year in, year out. It gives a lot of credibility that the last person, the only person who have ever done it before, was 13 years ago.
Well, it's described as that once-in-a-lifetime moment happening 3 times.
That's probably right.
Chris Bartle described it as just as likely as Leicester City winning the Premiership title.
Yes. Which
was a 5,000 to 1 odds. But so putting it in context, and also the Rolex show jumping Grand Slam was won, but Scott Brash winning it last year. So which, again, that was an amazing achievement in his own right to be able to go to the 3 events in that, and
well, it's so exciting, and we're so grateful for Rolex to put forward this challenge, because it's an added excitement to our sport, which is already exciting, and this is this has been a big talking point for a while. Can he, can't he do it? And he's done it.
It's like the Triple Crown in racing with the Derby, the St Legend, and the Guineas.
And in America, the Triple Crown was won last year with American Pharaoh. The 2,000 Guineas, Derby, last horse to do it was Nijinsky.
Yeah, exactly.
In 1970. You weren't even born there, were you?
I wasn't. You were about in your 30s then, weren't you?
50s. You're back in your backs, you naughty boy, Harry. So, but the American Pharaoh won it in the States last year and did huge boost for the sport. People are trying to do it in tennis, the various Grand Slams, the tennis tournaments, majors, and golf as well. It's elusive as well, and it just puts it into context to how hard it is to win the major events. And La Biasatek Sam is now going on his well, he's rather reluctant. He's got his to do where he's supposed to go.
Yeah, for the first time, it looks like Michael Young is not in control of something.
Yeah. He was almost not on the bit for a second.
So we're having the parade of the prize winners coming in, led by the mounted police, and Michael Young is meant to be in the lead here, but he's Sam sort of did a little bit of a detour into the middle of the arena, sort of head up in the air, like Daisy said.
Andreas Ostolt in second. Gemma Tattersall trying to keep Arctic Soul under control. Daisy yelling out, well done, Gemma, and the horse on his toes. Then into 4th spot, Mark Todd, once again, the leading Kiwi, and then he's ahead of his compatriot, Clark Johnson. It's 4, 5 and 6 for New Zealand here. And she hasn't seen you yet, Daisy. It's Tina Cook, who's had a terrific week, and she has finished in 7th. What a performance from her as well. And then Izzy Taylor.
Did she show them?
And then Izzy Taylor has finished in 8th as they come out into the arena to receive prize. And once again, La Biatek Sam is at the far end of the arena, away from us being Acclaimed as he does so. Many of the horses are looking as if they want to go for an absolute charge. They want to head off around the cross-country course again. Whose horse is that? Who's in
That's
front of
Blair. Blythe.
It's not the ex-Prime Minister, it's Blythe Tate.
Who said, well, we've had Tom Watson.
Someone over there.
Well, Blythe Tate, he finished in 13th spot. And he's down below. And tell you what, fair play to Ben Way. He's finished 12th.
That's rather nice. When you finish in the top 12 here at Badminton, you get a bronze horse. The Mitsubishi Trophy is made up of 3 horses, one from each discipline, so dressage, post, cross-country, and then show jumping, and they're really lovely sculptures. I think it's about the nicest trophy there is, definitely in eventing, and I think probably in all equestrian sport. And if you finish, if you win it, if you're the winner, you get to take home the trophy for 1 year. You get to keep a bronze replica of it, and if you finish in the top 12, you get to keep a bronze replica of one of the 3 horses, and they're really lovely. For me, you know, the ones I've got, and Daisy's nodding as well, and I think Matt as well, they're the sort of most cherished. I think those bronze horses are the most cherished prizes you get to keep, and I'd say almost over, not Olympic medals, but over sort of World Championship and European Championship medals, and also the Armada dishes, which you get for 5 badminton completions. They mean an awful lot to riders.
Well, it is. It's got, I mean, the Armada dishes show you've got a bit of staying power, and those trophies, you know, they're the most exciting thing on my mantelpiece.
Do you have to declare? I mean, in tennis or golf, if you're an amateur, you can't pick up the prize money. There's no distinction in eventing, so he will get the 7,000 quid.
Yeah, he will.
Right. Fine.
In the trophy, Harry, did you describe that the 3 horses? One's a dressage horse.
Yes.
One's a show jumping horse, and one's a cross-country horse.
And they're rather lovely. And the cross-country horse is post cross-country. He's got no saddle on. He's looking quite tired and jaded. The dressage horse is looking very elegant, and the show jumping horses are on his toes, getting ready for the show jumping.
So I'm not quite sure which year it is, but this year all the 12 trophies that get handed will be either the dressage horse.
No, I think normally there's actually a mixture, because I've gone in the past and I think been presented with the same one, and I've just gone and asked if I could swap it for one of the others.
But you are so unbelievably rude.
Well, it's just quite nice to have the complete range rather than have it sort of.
See, I've got 3 dressage and 3 show jumping and no cross-country.
I think I might have 2 cross-country.
I really wanted, because what you can do, once you get one of each, you can then join them together to make an image of the main one, 3 together, and they are cut. Their bases are cut like that, so you can join all 3 together.
I had no idea.
Yeah, and so I was frustrated that I never got the cross-country one.
Okay, I'm going to do some. I'm going to do some artwork.
Oh. Well, while we do, right, it's almost like raising you your trophies here amongst the radio badminton commentary.
Top trumps.
Top.
You're right there, Rupert.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a cough as they go back to their game of poker. Let's go for a break.
Come and meet the Devaku Saddlery team in the badminton.
ladies and gentlemen, you please stand for the national anthem of the winning rider. Family Young, Eric Single, DOK Ours, Biostatic Sam, ridden by Michael Jung for Germany.
And Michael Jung will, horses are all over. Arctic Soul is not proving to be a reluctant standing horse to stand still. Gemma Tattersall and the presentation party coming down. Duchess of Cornwall coming in to make the presentation, along with the Duchess of Beaufort, Marquess of Worcester, and then alongside that trio, Lance Bradley, who is Chief Executive of Mitsubishi Motors UK, and Charles Barkley, who is the Prime Warden of the Worshipful Company of Saddlers, and ready to make the presentation of this fabulous trophy that I know my three co-commentators would all dearly loved to have won. And Michael Jung off his horse now, walking forward to receive his trophy, and Lance Bradley and the Duchess of Cornwall go forward to hand it to Michael Jung. He puts his riding hat down and lifts up the trophy. It is a splendid trophy with those three horses on it, and Hugh Thomas directing operations out there, and he lifts it to the crowd, and quite rightly being applauded as he does so. And what a smile from Michael Jung, because he knows what he's achieved. This is a very special moment for him, looking at the names on that trophy, and what a roll of honor it is. A veritable who's who of the sport have won this fabulous trophy. And while he will also be picking up the £80,000 cheque as well, along with a £240,000 cheque for winning the Rolex Grand Slam.
Does he get presented with that today?
He does. That will be presented today once these part of the presentations, and then another presentation which will be conducted by the Duchess of Cornwall and Joel Eichselman, who's the head of sponsorship of Rolex. And now the second rider comes forward. Andreas Ostol coming forward, smiling as he's done so all week. And he's loved being here. He's been very entertaining. And he comes forward and receives, but not only we've heard from Michael Jung, but now the leading British rider will come forward to collect her prize after a fabulous 2 days work. It was quite twitchy in the dressage, but she kept Arctic Soul under control. But what a moment for Gemma Tattersall as she comes forward as the leading British rider, and the crowd here appreciating her efforts. And She looks just somewhat overwhelmed by what has happened over these 2 days as she's discussing her performance with the Duchess of Cornwall and Lance Bradley, who shakes her hands and hands her her rosette, and she looks towards the camera and clutching her trophy for third spot. That's one you've had, Harry.
It is.
From 46th.
It is, yeah.
But it still didn't want it because he shouldn't have had that fence down, Harry, should you? £40,000 worth of, but that's the, but we won't remind.
It is interesting, actually, that, I mean, I'm not just saying this, but the money is not sort of top of everyone's list. Everyone wants to win badminton. It's just the most amazing opportunity, and it's the best thing about our sport is that people put the horses first, the competition first, and we're very grateful for the prize money, but it's secondary.
She's receiving the Butler Challenge Bowl, which is awarded to the most successful British rider. And let's though now hear from Gemma Tattersall. She spoke to Piggy.
Joined by Gemma Tattersall. James, can you believe it?
No, Piglet, I can't believe it. I can't believe that Archrystal just jumped clear round. He can jump clear rounds. He's a careful jumper and he wants to jump clear, but when all this atmosphere is going on, it can catch him out. But he was so calm today and listening to me and trying his little heart out.
And what a round it was. I mean, gosh, there were no tips or taps really where it didn't seem like it for us, but I mean, what a round.
No, I actually don't know whether he even touched the fence. I think he jumped really well all the way around. I'm just so proud of him.
And third at Badminton Girl in this important year. I mean, in a few words, how can you sum it up?
Absolutely fabulous.
Oh, a good girl. Well, we're so proud of you. And best of the Brits is such great company. Good girl.
Thank you so much, Peg.
Have a good drink tonight.
I will, don't you worry.
That's a good horse box. Oh no, she may be heading on her way home, but all the same, lovely to hear what she had to say. It clearly means so much, and you can feel and hear what it meant to her to finish third here this afternoon. And the next prize being presented, who's coming forward now? Is that
Best rider will score under 25 on the 1st of January. Who's not previously
it's the prize for the under 25. And Charles Barkley, this is the prize on behalf of the Worshipful Company of Saddlers. And
the best rider under the age of 25 for the 1st of January this year.
Well done, well read. I'm just trying to work out who it is, but I assume it's Libby Head.
It is, yes.
Well done, ka-ching, I got that right. Help me out, Harry. Don't leave me floundering. It's been a long 4 days, no, 5 days. We've been broadcasting since Wednesday. You only turned up yesterday. You've had too many sponsor commitments, but still a great effort. I gather, Libby. Let's hear from Libby Head, who I think might be heading off to Burley. She's once again with Piggy.
I'm now joined by Libby Head. Libby, 4 faults, but I mean, you must be pretty thrilled with your week.
Yeah, I mean, I just finished badminton. That's pretty cool. I'm really excited. And he was jumping really well. I just kind of got a little nervous and didn't ride as well as I could have, but I'm really happy with him.
And what's been the most exciting thing about your week?
I think cross country yesterday. I don't think I'll ever get over that. It was so much fun.
So much fun, and you're excited. Would you like to come back next year?
If I ever got the funds again to come, I would definitely do it every year.
Oh, well done you. It's been fab having you here, and it was great to watch you. Well done you.
Thank you.
And Libby Head finishing in 31st spot. And Kirsty Johnson. Now, what prize is she receiving? Can you work out what they're receiving?
That is the bowl for the best first timer, I'm pretty sure.
No, the highest placed rider that hasn't ridden with a British flag, I think.
Yeah, who's here for the first time?
I said that as well.
I think.
There are so many, aren't there?
No, because Beanie's not had a British flag, so it must be
well,
riding here for the first time.
Well done to Kirsty Johnson. I mean, I'll tell you what, there is enough trophies. They're going to try and work out which one's is next. And Andreas Ostol is pinning on the rosette trophy.
Beanie's got the Glentoul for the highest climb.
Well, she climbed up, Beanie, from 59th place to 11. So that is up 48. That's a pretty good effort.
It is.
I think it may have beaten your record. Previous record of 46.
Oh no! Don't you hate that, Harry?
No, not really. I've won that one 3 times, and I don't really want to win it again.
That might just be best local rider.
No, this is best local rider. I've won that one 4 times.
But actually, I thought I was going to win it. because you were behind me, and then they gave it to you. So I asked. I said, "This isn't on. I'm local too."
I'm not sure. Piggy collected it once when I. No, it's not more local. It's just anyone who lives in basically southern England.
Anyway, while you two, whilst you work out which award you should have won each, let's go and hear from Beanie Sturgis.
I'm joined by Beanie Sturgis. Beanie, good girl you, and good boy Rotter.
Oh, good boy Rotter, Piggy. I was seeing Piggy shots, well, not as perfect as yours, but anyway, it all kind of came off, and I don't know what springs he's got in him today, but he felt amazing. He just pinged and pinged. But I was very wet outside because I only jumped about a 2'6" upright and about hardly even a novice-sized parallel because I thought, oh, I don't want to jump big jumps.
I think saying wet after you just jumped all around you did yesterday is a pretty silly thing to say, but I mean, he looked fantastic today.
He looked fantastic. He felt fantastic. Absolutely. You know, he's 16 now. He's an old boy. And he just couldn't have given me any more, so I'm thrilled with him. But it's been such a great week. It's been, you know, really vintage badminton, fabulous old-fashioned cross-country courses. Everyone's put in so much work. It looks beautiful. The park's looking beautiful. So it's a privilege to be here, isn't it?
It is indeed, and the sun is really shining as well today, which makes it all better. And no, well done, really good effort.
Thanks, Fix.
So that is Beanie Sturgis talking after collecting. After finishing quite brilliantly in 11th spot. Izzy Taylor's the next rider to receive an award. Now, I can't work out, there are so many awards coming here, but we haven't heard from Izzy after her excellent 8th place once again. It was Piggy.
Joined by Izzy Taylor. Izzy, oh, that was a little bit annoying, but what another display of jumping you just gave.
Yeah, it was frustrating, but actually I'm chuffed with her. It was a big atmosphere in there again for her that we didn't know. She tired yesterday, so it was all lots of questions and annoying, of course it is, but actually really chuffed.
And I was at the trot up this morning. She looked an absolute picture, and I was there to witness your girl Anna, who works so hard, be given a prize for the general overall looking after the horses this week. I mean, Ellie is a horse you've had for a couple of years, but she has been on and off a little bit through niggles and all that. So for you guys to get her back to this level for a result like that is a real credit to you and your team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really lucky to have Anna. Really delighted that she won that prize, and also for the girls at home, you know, they've got her here as well, so I'm just chuffed to bits for them, and obviously the owners and everyone involved. It's a massive team sport, so I'm thrilled for everyone.
Well, credit to you too, as you're the main man that makes it all work, but good effort, well done you.
Thanks, Big.
So, Izzy Taylor reacting to that, and what's William receiving?
William's receiving his 4th Armada dish, so he's completed 20 times. You get his Armada dish for 5 completions, and that's really a sort of huge badge of honour because everyone who knows who's ridden here, just what an effort it is to get to Badminton and complete, and it's something that riders really cherish. It makes a really good ashtray as well.
Is anyone in your house allowed to use it as an ashtray?
No, it looks quite good on the dining room table.
Yeah, okay. Where's yours, Daisy?
In the drawing room.
And where's yours, Matt?
In the orangery.
I'm going to boast. My 3 are all stored away.
Have you only got one?
I'm one completion off my second one.
It's the same as me. We've got to get back here, Hazza.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, many other presentations continue. We're just going to take a short break.
Visit World Horse Welfare on stand 93 today to find
out. Next to receive their Armada dish for Sweden, Dag Albert. Dag Albert with 2 finishes on Nice and Easy, 2 on Who's Blitz, and 1 on Tubber Rebel. Then Sir Mark Todd. He must have a room full of these now. Mark Todd, 2 finishes on Major Milestone, 2 on Leonidas, and 1 on Aloha. Then the Armada dish for 5 finishes. Will be for Emily Llewellyn, who had 2 finishes with Society Spice, 2 on Pardon Me the Second, and last year on Green Lawn Sky High. And then Frances Whittington. Francis, who had a completion on Oshkosh, 2 on Sir Percival, 1 on Easy Target, and also a finish last year on Hasty Impel, which he completed this year as well. Finally, Georgie Spence. Georgie Spence with 2 completions on Running Brook, 2 with Birthday Night, and last year with Wee Limbo.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, there is just one additional Armada dish. Somebody who has been the cornerstone of badminton, who was working here for the 50th year in succession, the senior course builder, Alan Willis. Alan Willis's contribution to badminton has not been exceeded by anyone in the history of the sport, and we are extraordinarily grateful to him. Thank you, Alan.
So not actually being presented in the arena, but the Farrier's Prize, which are plaque to the owner and farrier of the best shod horse, that goes to Izzy Taylor and Alacom Ellie. And the embryo transfer for the highest placed British bred or domiciled mare in the top 20%, also to Izzy Taylor and Alacom Ellie. And finally, the prize to the breeder of the winner. This goes to the breeder of Libiostatic Sam, Gunter Saylor. Those are not presented today.
End here. We're going to round up proceedings here before we will head back to the media area and hear once again probably from the leading 3, but just get my 3 wise commentators who've been arguing over Armada dishes and whatever it is that they haven't won, have won. Anyway, they've all left their mark on badminton in previous years as the leading horses do a lap of honour, of course, led round by Libiostatic Sam. It really has been another fabulous 4 days, and just, I suppose, completely fitting that the Libiostatic Sam, with his ears pricked, is leading the horses round on the lap of honour, a final lap of honour, and it's all about Michael Jung. This will be remembered as the Jung Meisters Badminton. Anyone want to follow on from that? I've left you all stunned. Go on, Matt. You've been speaking brilliantly for 5 days, so you don't dry up yet on me.
I am drying up, really. I mean, we've been complimenting Michael Jung so much and almost sort of, I can't believe how almost foot perfect he is, but he has done it. He's smiling there. He's been so ice cool. All these interviews, he's been almost subdued, but I think underneath he might have a real big party tonight.
This has been vintage badminton. The weather has been, on the whole, amazing. We've seen one of the strongest fields, and it has been won by, I think, the most impressive combination the sport of eventing has ever seen.
And what a moment for Gemma Tassel. She's in the last 3 with Michael Jung, who's on the stand side. In the middle, Andreas Olstolz, beaming away as he's done all week. And Gemma Tassel, what a proud moment for her as the leading British rider on the fabulous horse Arctic Soul as they go round and being heralded out by the band of the Royal Marines in the centre of the arena as they will gallop out, and Arctic Soul is proving to be quite a handful. She's having to hold up, and
oh my gosh, I've just seen him. Sam, Libiostatic Sam, just had a nap.
Well, that doesn't mean he went to sleep. It means he was quite naughty.
He was being quite naughty. He wants to leave the arena. He's meant to be doing his solo lap of honour. Yeah. So, you know, there is a chink in the most perfect horse in the world's armour.
Well, on he goes.
Here he comes.
Right past us in our commentary position, overlooking. He turns left. His ears pricked. He's looking around. I think he's loving every minute of it. Just being acclaimed on his way round. The machine that is Michael Jung and Libiostatic Sam. Just one of the great horses, and the horse makes it look so easy, whatever phase that he's confronted with.
Oh, I just feel so honoured to be sitting here watching this combination. You know, for the last few days, it really has been a complete treat.
And it's coming back into the centre of the arena, and I think he may be getting off there. He's holding the horse, he's getting off, because I think what's going to happen is he will come forward, because there is one more presentation to make, and that will be for and the groom is trying to come forward. Sam's taken some naughty pills.
I know, poor Sam though. All the other horses have left the arena. He's the last one in there, and it's going to make him a little bit fraught, a little bit tense. But he's now back in the hands of his loyal groom, and hopefully she'll get him back on the straight and narrow.
Well, what is happening now is that Michael Young has got off his horse, and the horse has just been walked around because, as I say, there is one more presentation to be made. Last was done in 2003, because everyone around here knows it was Pippa Fuddle who won it when she had these fabulous group of horses and won it, and everyone then said, well, will this ever be won again? Well, 13 years on, Michael Young has done that, and he is moving forward as La Birsatec Sam just led away quietly. He's on his toes, his old La Birsatec Sam. He could do another three-day event starting now, I think, and still beat everybody by the looks of things.
Let's just explain to some of the listeners who might not know what the Grand Slam is. It consists of the 3-4 stars of Badminton, Burghley and Lexington. And the Grand Slam, a bonus of, I think it's close to £250,000, £240,000, is if you can win those three consecutively. And we say consecutively because it doesn't have to be in the same year. And so what Michael Young has done, he won Burghley last year, he won Lexington only a week ago, and now he's won Badminton. So he's put three together, three consecutive 4-star wins of those three, and so that's what we call the Grand Slam. And like I said, Pippa Fuddle's been the only other person to do it.
Well, it's a fabulous trophy that's now on a little dais that's been erected in the centre of the arena, and it is just an extraordinary achievement what he has done, and cements his status as the top rider. And he's just coming forward. The Duchess of Cornwall has moved forward to this special dais that has been erected in the middle of the arena, and accompanied by the head of sponsorship from Rolex, that's Joel Eusleman. And here comes Michael Young. It's a pretty heavy trophy, but the Duchess of Cornwall is holding it, and Michael Young will receive this trophy. He comes forward, stands on the dais, and takes it from the Duchess, shakes her hand, because this is one of the great memorable moments when a man wins the three main 4 stars, and he's won it, and he lifts it. Thumbs up, because he knows he's achieved something very special in the sport. A wonderful achievement to win Burghley as he did last year. He backed it up with a brilliant victory in Kentucky last week, and then hot-footing it here to Badminton. He's run away with this year's Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials as La Birsatec Sam watches on, ears pricked, as Michael Young now receives a watch from the head of sponsorship here, and they're worth a few quid in their own right as well, and looks at that and looks very happily down at the watch that he has received from Joel Eusleman, as I say, the head of sponsorship.
That would be nice.
Brilliant performance.
I'm so jealous.
There's a lot of jealous people there. And now the formal celebrations. We're going to round off our duties from here and head back, because I know Michael Young will be coming for a press conference, as will Gemma and Andreas. It's been a fabulous time. Thank you very much, Matt, Daisy and Harry, for guiding you through the final and climax of this year's competition. But we are now going to take a short commercial break, and then we'll hear the closing stages of this year's Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials.
Mikkel Jung now has set a standard to the other riders they need to aspire to because he's on a different planet. So Mikkel Jung, the winner of the Rolex Grand Slam for eventing, with his two horses, Biostetic Sam and Fisher Ricardo, who those were the two horses that gave him these 3 consecutive wins at Burley, Rolex Kentucky, and here at Badminton. And I think they look like they've had enough of it. Leaves us over, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the Mitsubishi Motors Championship for 2016.